more recent electro carries in similar teams, Raiden is just outright kind of underwhelming, to the point where even with some constellations in her signature, she's often weaker than the C0 characters that were released recently. In other words, if all you care about is meta stuff, Raiden is probably not a character you should go for, at least for her traditional carry teams. Obviously though, there's more than just how strong a character is that goes into people's decision to pull for a character or not, and so let's talk about a lot of the other things. But before that, we also need to talk about Hyperbloom, because honestly, I'd say that in 2025, Hyperbloom kind of is the only team where Raiden feels like she's pulling her weight. Raiden is, I'd say pretty comfortably, the strongest electro trigger for Hyperbloom teams, because her skill hits often, and the fact that her burst isn't necessary for her Hyperbloom playstyle means that she doesn't have to build any ER, so she can focus entirely on EM. It leaves Raiden in a situation where she's pretty much the best electro trigger for Hyperbloom. She doesn't heal, which means that she's not the only option you have. Kuki being a healer means that there are going to be some teams that prefer Kuki, or even if the teams don't necessarily prefer Kuki, if you care about the comfort that Kuki can provide through her healing, you might use her over Raiden anyways. But another pretty important thing is that despite her being the best electro trigger for Hyperbloom, she's not actually that great at it. The main reason why she's the best electro trigger for Hyperbloom is because we don't have characters that are really supposed to be dedicated Hyperbloom units, except Kuki. And Kuki is balanced around her ability to heal, and isn't that powerful of a character because of that. The biggest potential problem with Raiden in Hyperbloom teams is that if they ever decide that they want to release an actual Hyperbloom carry, like an actual Hyperbloom trigger that's meant to be played in Hyperbloom teams, they're probably going to make them significantly better than Raiden in those Hyperbloom teams. Because like I said, all Raiden does for Hyperbloom is she's able to trigger it every second. Like technically there's also a small damage percent buff to the rest of the team with burst damage, but it's not that significant. What that means is that if we get a Hyperbloom focused unit that has the same sort of power as the other archetype specific units we've had released, right? If we get a unit that's doing as much as Chevreuse is doing in Overload teams for Hyperbloom, or as much as Escoffier is doing in Freeze teams, there's gonna be no reason to use Raiden in those Hyperbloom teams at all anymore. And so that, plus the fact that she's not that big of an upgrade over Kuki in a bunch of the different Hyperbloom teams, makes it so that despite being the best electro trigger for Hyperbloom, and despite Hyperbloom teams being still pretty solid teams overall, she's not really a unit I feel too confident recommending to people. I think you're often going to be better off focusing your pulls on other characters, even if you are planning on using her in Hyperbloom teams, which are where she performs the best. But yeah, so overall, power kind of underwhelming, and pull value pretty low. Let's move on to the questions. Does her national team pass Hyperbloom check? No. I don't think there's a single version of national that does her national team pass Hyperbloom check? No. I don't think there's a single version of national that passes the Hyperbloom check, and Raiden national is not the most powerful version of national. So how does C2 Raiden compare to modern C0s? Not particularly favorably. I'm actually kind of curious on the sim, what's the highest Raiden team that doesn't have constellations on 5-star supports? Only constellations on Raiden. I guess it's this one. C6R5 Raiden with Freedom Sworn with C6R5 Kazuha. Wait, I forgot Kazuha was there. And that's like about as good as a Varesa team. 5 on Raiden. I guess it's this one. C6R5 Raiden with Freedom Sworn with C6R5 Kazuha. Wait, I forgot Kazuha was there. And that's like about as good as a Varesa team. So to answer your question, C6 Raiden, and I guess she doesn't really gain much from C4, 5, and 6, so C3 Raiden is like pretty similar to C0 Varesa. The damage is a bit more front-loaded, but the DPS is a bit worse. So overall, I'd say somewhat similar. Is Raiden usable without cons as a second team option for Abyss? Abyss DPS check isn't so high that the teams that get hard carried by Xiangling can't clear anymore. But like, you're gonna have to accept that it's not really a Raiden team at that point. Like, you are using Raiden and you are using her burst and on-fielding her, but your damage is majoritarily coming from Xiangling, whether you do Overload or Rational. You think there'll be good Raiden supports in the near future, like broken burst sub DPS characters? So I guess what you're asking is like, could they release burst focused supports that would make Raiden worthwhile to play as like an on-fielder that helps her supports with energy and burst damage percent? right? Honestly, no. Even if we do get burst-focused supports, the reality is that the amount of damage that Raiden provides to the team when you do her full burst thing, it's not even that much. And it's generally, if you have strong burst-focused like off-field damage dealers, like if they're actually strong enough to make those Raiden teams actually decent, you'll probably be better off replacing Raiden for Eon-san or Bennett or any other like significant stat buffer. But could they release characters that make it so that the Raiden teams actually do have damage competitive with other meta teams? Sure. But Raiden won't be the best option in that, and you should know that going into it. It probably won't even be better than just using Cinder City Carissa. I'm a new player, and Rhino's my favorite character. I just got her C2R1, and I have the rest of the Hyper team characters, Sarah C6, Bennett, and just got Kazuha 2. And I 36 star with Raiden Hyper as one of the teams. Yeah, 100%. You can still 36 star with C0 Raiden. So obviously C2R1 is also going to be fine. But it's getting harder and harder, and when you're gonna be in abysses that have specific requirements that are not favorable for Raiden, it's probably gonna be rough. And like, in this abyss, Lava Dragon statue rewards using Pyro, and a lot of Raiden's teams have Pyro in them. And these guys reward like fast hits, which a lot of Raiden's teams can slot in fast hitters. But when the Abyss like restricted stuff is gonna be enemies that are not favorable for Raiden teams, like the upcoming Ryo Secret Source Automaton, that's gonna be an Abyss starting next Abyss reset. Raiden won't be the only character that can't clear, but yeah, Raiden won't be able to clear that. And if they put enemies, or if they put bad matchups for Raiden on both sides, then he'll be kind of good. I want to improve my Raiden build as I like her as a character and find her fun. What should be the ideal stat line for a C0 R0 Raiden? Well, Raiden's a character that doesn't get crit from Ascension or from her signature weapon or most of her free-to-play weapons either, which means that what you see is what you get for your crit ratio. It's very easy to evaluate how good your Raiden build is because all of your crit is going to be coming from artifacts. At least all your crit that shows up in your stat line here. Generally, I'd say that your Raiden build is like solid if you've got 7140. Your Raiden build is good if you've got like 75-150, and your Raiden build is impressive if you're higher than that. I'm a free-to-play player with C0 Raiden, and I'm using her with Bennett, Chanling, and Xingqiu. Should I give my cash to Raiden or Chanling? My other weapon is R5 Fab Lance. Give cash to Chanling, and it's not even close. Even if you had 2 catches, Fab Lance is better than cash on Raiden in Rational. Especially high refined Fab Lance. Raiden stays on field for about, what, 9-ish seconds, and her burst duration is 7, then there's a burst animation, whatever. So 9 to 10-ish seconds. That means that with a high refined Fab, you get to prog this effect twice. And 2 sets of Fab particles is a lot of energy for a team where you have 3 burst-reliant characters with fairly high ER requirements, where the Fab particles are gonna make their ER requirements lower. At a baseline already, Raiden is not doing the most damage in that team. Chanling is doing more than she is. But on top of that, Raiden gets to proc Fab twice, whereas Chanling usually only procs it once. So you definitely want the Raiden to be on Fab. When you look at sims and calcs for Raiden National, generally TOM is a bit better than Emblem on Raiden because it's buffing Raiden, Chanling, and Xingqiu's damage, and Raiden is not doing that much damage to begin with. But I don't think that TOM is that good on her overall because the burst initial hit is a lot lower if you go TOM, and that makes it so that your damage profile is a bit less front-loaded. And so I can still recommend Emblem over TOM on Rational, but Fab is actually worth using. Maybe if you have R1 Fab and you only get 1 proc, it's not that good, but if you have an R5 Fab, you should definitely use it on Raiden, yeah. As an overload support, is EM better than crit? Is there actually a meaningful difference? Are you talking about teams where you don't use your burst? If so, then yeah, you want to build full EM and it's not even close. Generally, you either go full EM with a TOM set or full EM with a Gilded Dream set. Or I guess you can go Cinder City too, if no one else is on Cinder City. Can Raiden replace non-C6 Fischl in any overload teams? From what I've looked at, I don't think, again, right, like if you're talking about teams where you're using a Pyro carry in Chevaleur's teams and you want off-field Electro, I don't think there's any team where Raiden actually beats Fischl, but Raiden is easier to build because you just need levels and EM. Your artifact quality can be pretty low and you still get most of your damage. Your rotations are easier to do because her skill uptime is really good, and her best set in those teams is a support set, so your carry is generally going to be doing a little bit more damage too, even if her damage is going to be a lot lower than what Fischl does. There's also the fact that overload damage is AoE, whereas Oz hits are not AoE, which means that when there's a bunch of enemies, sometimes the higher damage from overloads can outperform Fischl, but generally enemies don't stay close enough together for that in AoE content. They generally don't stay close enough together for that overload damage to be better than what Fischl gives you. Can she be better than Kuki and Super Kunda? Unlike in Hyper Bloom, where what matters is the frequency of your electro hits, in other reaction teams, what matters is the frequency of your electro application. What that means is that outside of Hyper Bloom teams, Raiden's electro app is not actually better than Kuki's. She does still have better uptime, and there's also a damage percent buff, so just in terms of damage, she will be better. But Kuki being a healer matters a lot more in those teams, because the gap between Kuki and Raiden, just in terms of offensive capabilities, is much smaller. Do you think Engulfing has staying power as a 5-star stat stick in the future? With carries getting stronger and stronger, I think it's very possible we eventually reach a point where Fav is better than Engulfing if you're using like Xiangling in an overload team, because 10% less ER on your carry is probably gonna lead to more damage through like being able to run higher crit or attack, whatever, than the whole ass damage you get from Engulfing. But it could also not happen, I'm not sure. It would need to be pretty massive power creep for it to reach that point. We're not even close to that yet. During the rotation for Raiden Hyper, does the order of Sarah's skill and burst matter? Not really. Technically, the AoE of Sarah's attacks is different on skill and burst, so you could just gotta make sure that you don't miss. But as long as you do that, it shouldn't matter. Oh, sorry. I just realized you're not asking about the teams that use Xiangling. Because the teams that use Xiangling don't get Sarah to buff her own burst. Because you need to buff Xiangling and you need to buff Raiden. You're asking about teams where you only buff Raiden. Yeah, you should skill burst. Is her C6 even good? No, her C6 is pretty bad. Reducing elemental burst cooldown just doesn't matter, because there's pretty much no teams where reducing burst cooldown actually leads to faster rotations, because she doesn't reduce her own burst cooldown. So you're still capped at 18-second rotations. The only exception is Yai, but Yai is pretty bad, so yeah. With C2R1, right, because she doesn't reduce. Reducing elemental burst cooldown just doesn't matter, because there's pretty much no teams where reducing burst cooldown actually leads to faster rotations, because she doesn't reduce her own burst cooldown. So you're still capped at 18-second rotations. The only exception is Yai, but Yai is pretty bad, so yeah. With C2R1, Raiden, what units do you use for a Hyper and Overload team? I don't have Kazuha, if that matters, and Sarah is still C2. Well, I wouldn't do a Hyper team if you don't have C6 Sarah, but for Overload, I mean, generally, you use Chevreuse. Then, if you don't have Sarah, you're choosing a second Electro between, I guess, Yonsan and Fischl. Yonsan's not that good. Generally, I lean more towards Fischl. Either like Yonsan Malvika or Fischl Xiangling is generally what I'd go for. To do level 90 Raiden, or is 80 fine? You always get a little bit of value from getting your carries to 90, because they get slightly more base attack, and the defense formula takes into account character level. So it's always something you should get around to at some point, but it's a pretty minor increase that's pretty expensive. So it's not all that important. That being said, that's assuming you play her as a carry. If you do Hyper Bloom or support Overload, where you build her fully M, you really, really want to level her, because levels are much more impactful for transformative reaction damage than they are for talent damage. What's the Hyper Bloom damage increase from level 80 to level 90? Big. Big, man. Goes from 32-32 base to 43-40. It's big, man. Hyper Bloom damage increase from level 80 to level 90. Big. It's big, man. Goes from 32-32 base to 43-41. So it's about 33% more damage. Would you pull for Raiden if you didn't have her? If Raiden disappeared from my account and they released her as a new character now, would I go for her? I think I would, just because Hyper Bloom stuff and having a unit you can use to test a lot of different Hyper Bloom stuff would be helpful for me. Kind of for a similar reason as to why I went for Escoffier. I went for Escoffier because I didn't care that much about the upgrade to the Nevilette theme, but if I didn't get Escoffier, I wouldn't be able to test Skirk's themes properly. How do you get maximum EM overload damage? 3 EM main stats on Crimson Witch, or Thundering Fury, or Gilded? What you get from TF for Crimson Witch is 40% overload damage, but this is additive and it goes into your EM formula, right? Total amount of EM and EM multiplier. The EM multiplier is total amount of EM times 16 divided by 2000 plus total amount of EM plus 1. And this multiplies your reactions base damage. So with 80 EM, get 160. If you go triple EM main stat, if you have a weapon that gives you EM, Dragon's Bane, and you get about 140-ish EM from Flower plus Feather. Generally, most people are somewhere between 100 and 200. Your EM multiplier will be 604.9. This is no set. With Crimson Witch or TF, all of that happens is you get plus 40% here. So it goes to 644.9. With Gilded Dreams, if she's solo Electro, you get 230 EM, which is noticeably better. Even if she's not solo Electro, if there's another Electro, you get 180 EM, and it's still better. The changes to the EM formula that happened in 1.6 made it so that just in terms of reaction damage, it's pretty much impossible to reach an amount of EM where the 4-piece from this gives you more than what Gilded does. That being said, it's also worth mentioning. Going from 604 to 684 isn't that big of an upgrade. Your Hyperlooms are going to do 13% more damage. Or sorry, not your Hyperlooms, you were asking about Overloads. When it's for Hyperloom, which is the main source of damage in your Hyperloom teams, that's really worth it. Although technically you'd go flop, not Gilded, but still, a 13% increase would be really worth it. But in Overload teams, you get a lot less Overload damage than you get Hyperloom damage in Hyperloom teams. And so at that point, the question becomes, is more damage on Raiden better than using her on a support set to increase the rest of the team's damage? And most of the time, it's not. Most of the time, you're better off using support sets, whether they be TOM or Cinder City. How much vertical investment would Raiden need to match C0 Lost Prayer Versa with their ideal teams? Assuming they both have the same, like, artifact investment, I don't think you can get there with C6R5 Raiden. Maybe you get close. So you'd need to also get cons on someone else. All right, that's gonna be it. Hope you learned a thing or two. As usual.
If there was a robust working class movement right now in the United States of America, if there was a robust communist and socialist party movement in this country right now, then yes, our politicians would resemble the aesthetics of socialism and communism. They would openly say that they want what's best for the working class. They want what's best for the proletarian struggle. From JT.
Do we all...
All right, let's watch this. Rich people want fascism. From JT.
Do we all remember when Democrats called Trump a
fascist?
Fascist. He's a fascist.
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 Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
But then
Trump has been elected.
The cheers coming up.
And then
I'm going to work to find common ground with the Republicans on how we can do that.
We fought like heck on where our values were assaulted or challenged, and we'll continue to do so. But that does not mean we will not aggressively look for common ground.
After yet another most important
Aggressively look for common ground.
After yet another most important election of your life, Democrats have neatly tucked away the F word and are, once again, excitedly collaborating with the Trump admin. If this was your first election, I'll tell you right now, this isn't new. It's not the first time we've seen Democrats call out Trump's fascist tendencies for election brownie points before quietly backing his anti-immigrant, pro-business policies once the show's over. And there are 1,000 different explanations for this trend. We could try to understand it by looking at exit polls in specific districts, campaign donations in key races, or by focusing on...
I just got to go back to this one more time. There's nothing more French than having a guy say French people are anti-Semitic as a joke, obviously, or love pedophilia as a joke, obviously, and then accidentally compare them to the German, only to have every French person be like, whoa, 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 that is a bridge too far. Are you out of your mind? The only thing I could have said worse than that in the eyes of Le Frenchman is if I compared you to the English, which I would never do. I would never do that to you.
On whatever Fetterman is doing. But I think the best way to understand this comfortable alliance between liberals and the far right actually comes from looking a little farther back at the last 100 years. The last century is full of moments where liberals fall in line behind right-wing dictators. The US pushed fascists into power in dozens of coups. The German center, national, and Christian right parties all folded for the Nazi party, and so too did the Chilean Christian Democrats.
Wait, Hassan was mentioned on French TV without saying his name to try to smear Jean-Luc Mélenchon. This is from an interview with Manuel Bompard, basically Le France Insoumise, second in command. It's actually the second time I heard someone on French TV mention Hassan's interview with Mélenchon and trying to paint Hassan as anti-Semitic and Mélenchon by proxy. First time I saw it on TV, though. Translation: Mélenchon appeared on a Turkish-American social media influencers show. By the way, they hit the Turkish on there on purpose. Normally, no one would ever do that, but of course, they're trying to present me as an Islamist, I assume. Who believes a rape committed by Hamas on October 7 don't matter and calls Israelis inbred assholes piece of shit. Isn't that complicated relationship like problematic? He said, no, just stop. Because anytime someone speaks out against what's happening in Gaza, people dig up quotes that they sometimes never even actually said. So please, I think my positions are clear enough. They are respect of international law, prosecution of all war crimes. I completely support that arrest warrants by the ICC against Netanyahu, members of the Israeli government. And I'd like you to ask other political leaders in the country what they think about those warrants. Because I've heard people on the right and the far right say we shouldn't apply those arrest warrants to the ICC. Respect. That's awesome. That's how you're supposed to deal with it, for the record. That is exactly how you're supposed to deal with it. Risk those warrants, because I've heard people on the right and the far right say we shouldn't apply those arrest warrants to the ICC. Respect. That's awesome. That's how you're supposed to deal with it, for the record. That is exactly how you're supposed to deal with it. Yeah. Americans, take note. God, I love France Unbowed. I love France in general. I really do. But I really like these guys, man. They're sick. They're so dope. God, Americans are so stupid. Anyway.
Democrats line up behind Pinochet. If we want to actually understand this link, though, we'll need to go even further back. Moments like these all came in the last few minutes before far-right leaders took over. And focusing on them makes it seem like liberals are only ever forced into supporting fascism when they have no other choice. And that's just really not true. Liberals kinda love fascism. Not all of it, not always, but they do like what it can do for them. And to really see that, we should start with Brussels in 1920. Plug tube, it's more fight. That means are trying level as a you can just let using it across the platform of European politics for World War I completely transformed European politics for a million different reasons. For starters, because of the war effort, most European countries sort of gave up on free market capitalism. They realized their survival couldn't depend on business owners and their profit-first priority.
Holy, look at the sponsored area below my YouTube video. I got suspended again. Israel's Foreign Affairs Ministry. It's like when a serial killer comes to the scene of the crime. The flex.
So
yeah, we'll watch their Foreign Affairs Ministry. It's like when a serial killer comes to the scene of the crime. The flex.
So
yeah, we'll watch. I'm going to remove the blockade that I have on the Jube because of the dismantling of a Jordan Peterson by 20 atheists later.
Governments took over, organizing production, foreign
the dismantling of we'll watch. I'm going to remove the blockade that I have on the Jube because of the dismantling of a Jordan Peterson by 20 atheists later.
Governments took over, organizing production, foreign trade, resource allocation, labor markets, bringing tons of private companies into the public's hands, and guaranteeing a new baseline social welfare while also dropping the gold standard to free up government budgets from artificial restraints. They needed to get things done. Surviving the war meant dramatic changes, and those changes actually had some pretty interesting consequences. Not only did they fundamentally undermine the widespread idea that free market capitalism was this all-capable, perfectly functioning system that's in tune with the very essence of human nature, because if it was, why bother with all this stuff? But also, by getting the state explicitly involved and making it super obvious just how much of the economy is just random autocrats calling the shots, governments completely destroyed any idea that capitalism and its hierarchies had anything natural or democratic about them. Instead of the market, you now had a very clear idea of specifically which people were deciding what happened to you. And rather than being forced to do stuff with the threat of unemployment and whatever percent the government thought was acceptable, workers were suddenly being disciplined by the state directly if they didn't comply with the war effort. Meaning once it was clear to most people that you didn't need the profit motive to get things done, and that governments could run economies to send thousands to die, workers organized so that they could use these same powers to instead make their lives better. And wow, did they organize. In Italy and Britain, for example, worker strikes reached unprecedented scale. 35 million workdays were spent striking in Britain in 1919, and 2.5 million workdays were spent striking in Italy in April of that year alone. To give you an idea, 1919 and 1920 are affectionately called the Red Years in Italy for just how popular communism and socialism became at this time. And
even after that, this was also part of the reason why both in Italy and even to a certain degree in Nazi Germany, the initial fascist movements started off as like socialist adjacent, a fake left populism, okay? Because that was the only popular game in town in order to attract broad support. Now, of course, it very clearly was not that at all, and dropped all notions of being pro-workers very quickly. But beyond that, post-World War II, there was a lot of popularity for socialism, again, both in Italy and in many other places, but I don't know if JT will bring that up.
With that came new attempts at doing the economy without...
Yeah, does that fake populism come across as I mean, does that do you feel like there's a comparison here with like contemporary American politics? Much to consider about this whole, like, you know, we're gonna really help the American working class. I just can't seem to place my finger on anyone doing something like that right now.
Without capitalists. Just like what was happening in the Soviet Union, Italian workers organized in factory councils, managing hundreds of factories and industries like agriculture much more democratically, and turning huge chunks of the national economy away from the profit motive.
Oh yeah, Trump followed a huge wave of leftism in the US? No. Having said that, however, when you adjust it to the current socio-political culture in this country, he absolutely is presenting himself as an anti-interventionist and even someone who is pro-working class, as opposed to the Democratic Party. He's actually able to do so successfully. One, because Americans are stupid. Two, because there's no real left alternative in this country. And three, the Democrats have entirely dropped the ball on being pro-working class in their aesthetics even. So yeah, it is identical to what we're talking about. You just have to adjust it to America in 2025, as opposed to the wave of real socialist and communist support in these countries, in European countries at the time. If there was a robust working class movement right now in the United States of America, if there was a robust communist and socialist party movement in this country right now, then yes, our politicians would resemble the aesthetics of socialism and communism. They would openly say that they want what's best for the working class. They want the what's best for the proletarian struggle, while simultaneously being fascist regardless.
Not only that, where capitalists were still around, workers went on strike for the same comforts as the upper classes, like social insurance for sickness, disability, and old age. And thanks to all these efforts, not only did things massively improve, their wages went up. Like, a lot. 2 times in Britain and almost 5 times in Italy compared to what they were before the war. Now, not everybody was happy about this. Workers getting their fair share meant more and more of the wealth created at this time didn't go to business owners, like it usually did. And I don't have to tell you that that's a really good thing. Only a teeny tiny 1.7% of Italians were capitalists, but they were getting about 1/3 of the wealth produced in the early 1910s. Most of the population was working class, so the fact that capitalists ever kept more than 1.7% of the total pie was a highly unequal thing. But hey, whoa, look at this. Look what's happening there after 1922. That's interesting. After a few years of money being spread more equally thanks to workers striking and getting a say in things, that 1.7% in Italy is suddenly making a lot more of all the money. That's fascism. That right there, that's Mussolini. Wait, I forgot about Brussels. Shit. From September 25th to October 8th, 1920, Brussels hosted the International Financial Conference. This conference was attended by economists, but also bankers and treasury officials, and hardly anybody representing workers. Hailing from countries across Europe, these wealthy technocrats came together to discuss the fact that capitalism wasn't so hot anymore, that it was digging into their profits, and that people were starting to feel just a little too hopeful that their lives might improve as
It's always Brussels, dude. The beating heart of European fascism.
they were getting rid of it in more and more places. They were eager to go back to business as usual, but to quote a financier who attended, the manual workers were encouraged to expect and do expect some new way of life, some great betterment of their lot. These changes, they believe, can be achieved if the system of private industry is replaced by a sort of government or common ownership. Something that these workers had started proving could actually work. But that's not the point. What sort of a better life were people hopeful for after the war and rationing? According to the report Brussels issued, very basic things like superfluous, excessive consumption of butter and sugar. Basically, the proles were making too many cakes. So, naturally, these jerks decided it was time to invent a new kind of dictatorship. Enter fascism. To restore business owners' status at the top of society, they needed to engineer a new economy that would arbitrarily punish workers while making it seem like this was an objective necessity. And they had a few ideas. You might have heard of them before. It's a package of policies called austerity. In 6 short words, work hard, live hard, save hard. An austerity economy is one that tries to get you to spend more time at work, producing more stuff, making less money, while cutting your spending so that the stuff you make goes straight to exports. This makes your life worse, but it does make rich assholes richer. They're encouraged to save and reinvest their money. Meanwhile, you're chastised for not saving money you don't have because less is coming into your pockets. To achieve this, economists wanted to use 3 tools: fiscal, monetary, and industrial austerity measures. In their wildest dreams, governments would start by 1. Cutting social spending on health, education, and housing. 2. Increase taxes that mainly hurt workers, like VAT taxes on everyday goods, while at the same time lowering income and wealth taxes so that the rich pay less. 3. Increase the interest rate. This benefits capitalists with enough money to lend out, since now doing so is more profitable, and it makes borrowing money more expensive for those living paycheck to paycheck. It also usually makes unemployment go up, which goes very well with 4. Privatizing and selling off state assets at bargain bin prices, deregulating away workers' rights, and going on a union-busting spree. This was their dream, an opportunity to try out what they called pure economics. More accurately, economic policy that doesn't have to contend with what workers want. An economy where every human can be completely isolated from each other, preyed upon by those with more power, and made to work as much as physically possible before collapsing and being replaced by someone completely interchangeable from the economist's point of view. Whose dream was this exactly? These guys. Here are 4 Italian economists. 2 of them committed fascists, the other 2 committed liberals. All of them were committed to the same project.
I don't get it. Why do these liberals always align themselves with fascists? I thought that they valued the tenets of liberalism. I don't understand how this keeps happening. Like, throughout history, certainly nothing to look into right now. Like the collaborative nature of liberals and fascists, fascism being simply a extension of maintenance of capitalism when liberalism fails inevitably, in order to restore the same and preserve the same hierarchical structures. I just don't understand it. Why do people say scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, you know?
Of pure economics, and when workers got in the way, they felt perfectly comfortable with the dictatorial power it would take to implement and sustain their ambitions. because the problem is that it's hard to convince people to accept policies that'll make their lives objectively worse. Once austerity is locked in, of course, you don't need to convince anybody anymore. They have no other way to survive than to work inhumane hours, live frugally, and save as much as possible to make it to the next month. But before things run on autopilot, it was gonna take a little muscle to get people on board. And that was what Il Duce was for. This is the argument Clara Mattei makes in The Capital Order, the book I've been referencing throughout this video. That was her graph earlier. She's the one who found all those quotes. According to Mattei, fascism wasn't just a fascist project. Historically, fascist parties were never popular with a majority of the population. No, fascism was first and foremost a technocratic project that brought together both the far right and liberals intent on testing out their economic theories to protect the capitalist system from the...
Check off the liberals or fascist bingo box. I like that you're watching an academic analysis of how liberals collaborated with fascists, and you just simply reduce it to a simple check off the liberals or fascist bingo box. Like, how do you, as a liberal, not recognize that you are also engaging in the same exact anti-intellectualist garbage that you constantly rail against the reactionary right on? Like, you're correct when you say, oh, Republicans are so stupid, but then you engage in that same exact stupid behavior right here. Just have a little bit of intellectual curiosity, man. Jesus Christ. It blows my mind. It genuinely blows my mind. Like, liberals fancy themselves to be liberal because they're well-read, okay? And the entire capitalist structure is designed so you can be well-read and then believe in liberalism, okay? I get that. But, you know, you shouldn't be so close-minded to alternative frameworks here, especially when it's historical analysis. It's not like this person is just like making shit up. Why do you do this? Why do you, on the one hand, consider yourself to be this brilliant person, okay? Unbanned, NATO, Andy, annoying lib. I assume my ban was due to calling out the guests or being too confrontational. But that's bad faith comparison to the Democrats versus Republican stances on Gaza versus immigrants, and the folks in Michigan who let that happen will share the blame for what happens if that Trump wins the election. Oh my God. Israel would just get the weapons somewhere else. They are going to continue on this bloodlust no matter what. See, like this right here, again, NATO Andy, this right here is just incorrect. It is a lie you have told yourself. Israel could not continue its death and destruction campaign without America's go-ahead. Okay? I'm not even going to get into the Michigan stuff because I think it's gross and disgusting. But like, don't you value the truth? Don't you value being right sometimes? You know what I mean? I certainly do. Does that not frustrate you at all that like history keeps consistently vindicating the likes of myself? That's probably the reason why you keep finding yourself here, even if
焼くぞ。
とし無事きょん星とし
命を捨てに来たか。風よ。はっよっはっ。
ジャスティスお披露目だ。大火山おろし行くよ。突撃頭突きはっ
前そこだ。千人のご高齢だ。
大火山おろし見ててよ。はあ僕をたたえよ歌え僕の 行くよ。大火弾。
八方の風幅
頭突き。ヒーロー決断。タッドーン。はっダーン。いやガジャーン。頭突き。ヒーロー決断。行くよ。超必殺ハンマー。光り輝くがいい。お披露目だ。ドーン。ヒーロー決断。行くよ。イカズチのごとくカウント。
もうえい。
ヒーロー決断。突撃。くらえドーン。あヒーロー決断。頭突き。突撃。
動くな。もっと早く。烈日私に従え。せっ
ドーン。オブヒーローキーク。突撃。ダイビングヒップ。ジャスティス。
武器を捨てろ。
呼吸を整えよう。ラストスパート。合図を。
もうえい。この天下で裁く。
行くよ。ジャスティス。ドーン。大火弾おろし。ドーン。
最後の警告だ。
もっと早く。もっと強く。
風情を焼き尽くす赤煙日本。
行くよ。突撃。ドーン。はードーン。
動くな。投稿し。
呼吸を整えよう。
買う。聞け。太陽の本能。
名を照らす炎よ。闇を滅す。
命を捨てに来た。見切りました。はっ
はっジャスティス。頭突き。ジャスティス。ハッドーン。ジャスティス。ドーン。吹き飛べ。ヒーロー決断。ドーン。
逃げ道はあり。はっ千人のご高麗だ。
歌え。僕の名のもとにお披露。
無我の境地。はっ
見ててよ。ドーン。頭突き。ジャスティス。えい見ててよ。
裁きの怒り。八方の風幅。
ガジャーン。光り輝くがいい。吹き飛べ。ジャスティス。はい、行くよ。突撃。はい、頭突き。
見切りました。ここより弱滅の時。はっ
僕を構えよ。
千人のご高麗だ。
世界を熱狂の渦に。ヒーロー決断。ドーン。 雷のごとく動け。ヒーロー健在。頭突きジャスティス突撃ターンえい呼吸を整えよう。ラストスパートカウント光り輝くがいい。中空ホームに行くよ。ヒーロー健在くらえ頭突きヒーロー健在見ててよ。ヒーロー健在さあ僕をたたイカズチのごとく動け。行くよヒーロー健在せっかわ頭突き突撃歌え僕の名も八方に風カウントカチャッ大火弾コースさあ行くよ突撃ドーン吹き飛べねえ怖いよドーンはあヒーロー健在最後の警告だ。全力コンヒーロー健在頭突きヒーロー健在ドーン行くよドーンくらえ頭突きはあくらえはっせい
せいみんながそばに。
烈日よ私に従え。赤炎に
ヒーロー健在くらえ頭突きヒーロー健在ドーンえい
くらえ全力攻撃
燃えよこの天下で裁く。
行くよヒーロー健在ドーンヒーロー健在
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。絆
烈日に私に従え。聞け。
頭突きはあヒーロー健在ドーン
武器を捨てろ。
みんなは俺が。
燃えよ
見ててよ奥義ヒーローキック 清掃を開始。
行くぞ。せえ。はっ。燃えろ。みんながそばに。
獲物だ。
やるか。全力こう。
かかったな。
清流降臨。
何時の魂を大戦いに捧げよう。あ？
みんながそばに。
霧となって散りなさい。永遠に黙らせ
退路はない。
手加減な。せえ。ね。みんなは俺が。
管理します。
かかったな。死での旅路へ。
戦いの意向はやるか着物。今はどうも気分。
全力こう。
我に光をきっちり
退路はない。
払ってもらうぞ。お披露目だ。見せてちょうだい。
熱実よ。
獲物だ。
よっ、光り輝くがいい。
頭上を焼き尽くすこの天下で。
退路はない。
伝令権限。正義の烈焰で世界を熱狂の渦に。実践して燃やし尽くせ。
私に従え。
かかったな。
遠くをたたえよ。光り輝くがいい。見せてちょう。
石煙に葬られよ。
死での旅路へ。
戦いの意向は気類なきもの。今はどうも気分が跳ねない。許すけれどもきっちり代償を払ってもらうぞ。ガジャーン。
今日疲れたか。 してに来た
データの
静粛
世界を熱狂の渦に低温中はっよっ
大末となるがいい神戸を垂れろ
光り輝くがいいデータの診断結果は今すぐ宇宙じゃね
高き私は下げず騒ぐ静粛
歌え僕の名のもとにじゃじゃーん最高の一品よ落ち着くの
神戸を垂れろ大末となるがいい
低温調理
こいつはどうだすまんすまん
踊りなさいそれ失礼冷凍の擬態でガンのように捕まえた糸よ工作せ
風邪ひくなよ
踊りなさいあなたの神里流選択が示していた低温調かかれよっ急がどの目が出るかしら
これすまんすまん
失礼目も舌も満足させてやるそれ雪を前へ取った終わりね
こいつはどうだこの瞬間
それそれよ踊りなさい桜吹雪
の件はわかるかい？
新天道地
左右いいとよ。工作せよ。
岩山発
痛がっちゃいない。
おい、やっほー。
雨描きがたし。
難攻不落
とたせは捕まえた。どの目が出るかしら。かかれ。 左右ルコこの件は終わりね。捕まえた。どの目が出るかし歌よ錦となれ。糸よ工作せよ。雨描きがたし。
剣女万
はびこりなさい。
かかれ。
僕を抱えよう。
渚のリン
これこそが知恵の伝道。覚えたわよ。
捕まえた。どの目が出るかし
世界を熱狂の渦に。じゃじゃ
しっかり立ってな。邪魔をするな。
はびこりなさい。
糸よ工作せよ。かかれ。
光り輝くがいい。
次は私の番だ。
痛くしちゃうかも。知識はあなたにも。
どの目が出るか捕まえた。
世界を熱狂の渦に。
これは私への侮辱だ。
カジャー
急がなくてもいいのよ。終わりね。
歌え僕の名のもとに。痛くしちゃうかも。
チョック
手をつなぎましょう。
悪を見極め影を狩り
ハリコツへ迷子。
律流チョック
全部丸見えね。黒き翼よ、昼夜を。
争点呪言チョック
手をつなぎましょう。私のお家にいら
有限なるライト律流邪悪を狩り撃つ射撃準備呪言チョック律流
影の辛さが。
悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす争点呪言チョック
痛くして断罪のな。
落下のリン
けをしないか。来いよ。
かかれ呼吸を整えよう動けせいや影を撃つ急がなはっともっと早くもっと強く糸よ工作せ射撃準備邪悪を狩り撃つでよ渚のリン痛がっちゃいないイカズチのごとくカウント潔白を証明することやっはっはっかかれ終わりね影を撃つ邪悪を狩り撃つしっかり立ってな痛がっちゃいないいやもっと早くもっと強く悪を見極め影を狩りつやがれ
手をつなぎましょう。
争点
迫を証明する時だ。
はびこりなさい。これこそが知恵の伝道。
よく見ておけ。
痛くしちゃうかも。全部丸見。
お嬢様の仰せのまま。
これが怪悪を見極め影を刈り尽くす射撃準備。
覚えたわよ。私のお家にいらっしゃ。
行くぞ。よく見て。潔白を証明する時だ。
はびこりなさい。影のから
邪悪を狩り撃つ。しっかり立ってな。影を撃つ。悪を見極め影を刈り尽くす。
ほれ、世界を熱狂の渦に。
どの目が出るかしら。邪魔をするな。邪悪を狩り撃つ。
お披露目だ。
痛がっちゃいない。
終わりね。光り輝くがいい。
役払い。争点。悪を見極め影を刈り尽くす。捕まえた。糸よ工作せよ。しっかり立ってな。射撃準備。邪悪を狩り撃つ。はっ。
うざえ。僕の名が元に。
役払い。
僕を食べ。
争点。 よ。
堂々不意打ち
岩山八九。せえ。みんなは俺が天道ここにある。
ヤッホーローズクラッカースピナディロースの
烈日よ、私に従え。この天下で裁く。
気をつけなさい。
難攻不落。みんながそばに。
ローズクラッカーあと何発でしょう。
せ天理チョーク。
頭上を焼き尽くす。
あと何発でしょう。これって三段数？それ
全力攻撃。
ファイヤ
剣女万丈。
引け。太陽の炎。
ーこれって三段数？
ふっはっ。
くらえ。加速するぞ。はっはっ石煙に葬られよ。はっはっはっ。
岩山八。
堂々不意打ち
燃えろ。
烈日。
スイッチミネよ契約を。ヒトラリキスパパこうよ。
せっせっ引け。太陽の炎。止める勇気はあるか。
手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。食前に甘いものをガンはっグオパー
この天下で裁く。
ヒトラリキスパパこうよ。はっさ目も舌も満足させてあげ。熱々でしょ。
石煙に葬られよ。
スイッチミネよ契約を果たせ口封じを。話が通じないならただ
加速するぞ。引け。太陽の炎。はあ燃えよ。
手加減なしよ。ヒトラリキスパパ
やっ。
あと何発でしょう。気をつけな。よっ
くらえ。へえ。みんなは俺が守れ。
あと何発でしょう。ローズクラッカースピナディロースが特注版よ。せよっほっ堂々不意打ち
せえ。
はっ
剣女万丈。全力攻撃。
ファイヤーあと何発でしょう。
石煙に葬られよ。
避けられるほっよっ
燃えろ。みんながそばにいて。
あと何発でしょう。はっローズクラッカー
頭上をや。
堂々不意打ちほっ
引け。太陽の炎。
これって三段数せよっ
全力攻撃。難攻
闘の時間よ。口封じは任せたからね。
おとなしくしやがる。風邪ひくなよ。
この天下で裁く。アクセル全開。
さあ働きなさい。ストラリー、リスパパ、平穏調理、最高の日だし。
こいつはどうだ。この瞬間
石煙に葬られよ。加速するか。
口封じは任せたからね。冷凍の時間よ。目の下の。
おとなしくしやがる。風邪ひくなよ。
引け太陽の方向を。止める勇気はあるか。
スイッチミメよ、契約を果たせ。シュトラリー、平穏調理、何のように。
すまんすまん。
この天下で裁く。散れ。アクセル全。
さあ働きなさい。悪用の力を食前に合う。
風邪ひくなよ。
石煙に葬られよ。レッツ
ガジャーン。痛がっちゃいない。はっほっ。避けられる。
散れ。
捕まえた。どの目が出るかしら。光り輝くがいい。堂々不意打ち。これってサンライズ。ローズクラッカー。スピン。
頭上を焼き尽くす。この天下で裁く。
僕をたたえよ。世界を熱狂の渦に。あと何発でしょう。あと何発でしょう。ローズクラッカー。糸よ、工作せよ。かかれ。
止める勇気はあるか。石煙に葬られよ。燃えよ。
じゃじゃーん。光り輝くがいい。痛がっちゃいね。これってサンダース。避けられる。はっ。
この天下で裁く。レッツへっ
みんなは俺が。
平穏ちゃん。口封じは任せたからね。
引け太陽の方向を。
燃えろ。全力こ
食前に甘いものを。スイッチミメよ、契約を果たせ。シュトラ
石煙に葬られよ。
シ のように羽ばたく。口封じは任せたからね。
聞け太陽の本能を。燃えろ全力攻。
レーサー文字悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
この天下で裁く。加速するぞ。みんながそばに。
食前力に一気に翼こうよ。
聞け太
刀は技を支え、匠は宝を有す。
実はこんなことがありまして、ちょっと聞いてください。
これが旅人さんの普段の暮らしですか。またあなたに少し近づけた気がします。刀は技を支え、匠は宝を有す。刀は技を支え、匠は宝を有す。
今日はいくらかせる？出来たてのつかだから食べにいらっしゃい。ここにあるのは
こののどかな時間がもっと増えると嬉しいのですが、私って欲張りですね。
聞いてください。
父さん、どうぞ。兄弟、今日はいくらかせる？
出来たてのつかだから。
これが旅人さんの普段の暮らしですか。またあなたに少し近づけた気がします。刀は技を支え、匠は宝を有す。
実はこんなことがありまして、ちょっと聞いてください。
刀はお茶と同じく丁寧に味わってこそ本来の趣がわかるものです。刀は技を支え、匠は宝を有す。
兄弟今日はいくら稼いだ？ここにあるのは全て天体一宮の万人堂の料理を食べにいらっしゃい。
これが旅人さんの普段の暮らしですか。またあなたに少し近づけた気がします。
こんなことが兄弟今日はいくら稼いだ？ここにあるのは全て天体一宮の宝物でございます。万人堂の料理を食べにいらっしゃい。
貯金した方がいいだろうか。
父さんどうぞ。
刀は技を支え、
今日はいくら稼いだ？
匠は宝を有す。
ちょっと聞いてください。
こののどかな時間がもっと増えると嬉しいのですが私って欲張りですね。
父さんどうぞ。兄弟今日はいくら稼いだ？
ちょっと聞いてください。
刀は技を支え、匠は宝を有す。刀は技を支え、
ヤクザヤクザ間違えた。実験の相手を間違えた。 えた間違えた ヤクザ実験の相手を間違えた ヤクザ実験の相手を間違えた
「
ヤクザヤクザヤクザヤクザヤクザ実験の相手を間違えた実験の相手を間違えたヤクザヤクザ
If I didn't have Molani, how would I test Skirt? Alright, chat, let's field some questions. Let's do an impromptu Natlin Asks the Jeff. If you guys have any questions about any of the characters from Natlin, or at least characters released since 5.0, how does Pyro MC interact with Natlin mechanics? Really poorly. Okay, this fucking Pyro MC character pisses me off. How are you gonna have a character that deals Night Soul Line damage that doesn't count for Night Soul Burst? Alright? It's stupid, and I hate it. Do you still hold your opinion of Citlali being that great now that Citlali is in the game? I mean, yeah. I think Citlali and Escoffier are very similar. They don't really behave the same way in their teams, but they do similar things for their respective archetypes. Although, I think that Citlali is a lot closer to being balanced than Escoffier is. I don't think Escoffier is a balanced character at all. Like, if someone walked up to me and told me, I think Escoffier is the best character in the game, I'd say, you know what? That's pretty valid. That's pretty valid, actually. Out of all the Natlin limited 5 stars, which one do you say has the lowest pull value, considering all of them are pretty good? Lowest pull value. I think it does kind of depend on your account. Because I think even the weaker ones all have their respective upsides. If you're someone who doesn't care about speedrunning at all, Milani will be benched forever, basically. If you don't care about speedrunning at all, you're probably gonna bench Milani and barely ever use her. But then Milani looks like she's gonna be a pretty good support for Skirk, so like I don't even know if that's true anymore. With Kanich, I don't think there's any. Kanich is probably the character that has the least upside, but I also think that his baseline is better than Milani and Chaska. And then Chaska is a great co-op character, but if you don't care about co-op at all, she's arguably worse than Kanich and Milani. But it's between those three. And sometimes a Risley main who pulled this cookie for his free steams, but plays him in Melt just as often. Is Mawika a significant enough upgrade over Charlene to consider as a support if I never plan on playing her as a carry? Short answer is no. Long answer is she can be a slight upgrade in some teams, and if you spend more time on her than you do on Risley, the team is better. But if you're just going to be playing her burst bot plus off-field skill, Channeling is pretty similar. And if you're gonna get a 5-star pull to improve your Risley team specifically, as someone who goes out of their way to pull for characters just for Risley, you'll definitely see better performance out of getting either a con on Risley or Sig or a con on another character. Is Sitlali that much of an upgrade to Mawika? I don't have... Okay, I think people tend to overestimate how important Sitlali is to Mawika. If you already have Zoden. The best way to look about it, to look at it, is like, you really want one form of Res Shred, but if you have either Sitlali or Shilonen, you don't need the other one anymore, right? The gap between Sitlali and Rosario, for example, isn't actually that big. It's just that Sitlali is a lot more comfortable to play, and it's easier to set up. And you don't have to deal with circle impact. It's most of it is actually just quality of life, not actually that much of a difference in power. What do you think Oyo decided to make music if they were just going to give her kit, make it better to a 4-star release 2 classes later in the FIFA? I mean, standard characters aren't really designed to be good. The purpose of the standard characters is to make you spend more money on limited batters. It's to allow them to tell you that you'll get a 5-star item guaranteed every 90 wishes, while still having it take a lot, or while still allowing for the possibility that it takes twice that, right? If the standard characters are things you actively want to get, that's bad. But if all the standard characters are as bad as each other, that's also not favorable, because it just becomes a either you get it, the character you want, or you don't. And your gambling monkey brain is gonna find that more boring than if there's more possible results. And so the perfect scenario for them, if they want your gambling monkey brain to get attracted to the shiny gambling, is for the standard characters, for there to be a bunch of different standard characters and only like one, maybe 2 of them that are good. And so they actively want to make sure that they design multiple bad standard characters. And that's the purpose of Yume Glorp Glorp. At what con does Yume Glorp Glorp start being better than C6 Aoife? Probably C4. When she starts actually being able to heal properly. The biggest problem for her is that the taser units that don't require normal attacks, you don't have 3 good ones. Right? You've got Farina, and then you've arguably got Auroron, but who's your last one gonna be? Like, Fischl's good, but she's a lot worse if you don't get any normal attacks, because her Oz hits are actually kind of significant. And she doesn't synergize that well with Yume Glorp Glorp because relative, like, slightly shorter uptime and the way she works her rotation. Then what do you have? You have Yai, which is not that great. You're kind of cooked, right? You don't have a great third slot. And because of that, even though at C2, he already arguably provides more value than Aoife, because your last slot character is going to be worse because you can't use Yalok and Go, and Fischl is worse on you too. It takes more than that for her to really be competitive. Do you think Shaska still has room for improvement? Yep, 100%. Shaska's the sort of character that will still get improvements to their teams in 4 years. Because she's a very versatile character. She's gonna work with a lot of different characters. How good is Shaska and AoE compared to Kenichi? Dog shit. Shaska and AoE is a bad character. Like, completely terrible. Shaska is one of the very, very few characters that has effectively no AoE. Right? She's kind of like Yoimiya. But at least with Yoimiya, you get to target one enemy at a time. And you can choose which one of them you target by walking closer. Making sure that you're targeting the right enemy with Shaska is like almost impossible. Is C6 Horon good outside of Taser Team, or without another Natlan character? Yes, is it a meaningful upgrading comparison to C0? No. If you don't have another Natlan character or Taser, Horon can't proc the 4-piece Cinder City, right? Because without Electro Charge or Night Soul line damage from another character, he doesn't enter Night Soul's Blessing. So he does not get the 40% from Cinder City, he only gets 12. So it's a minus 28 damage percent. And then, sure, his C6 gives you up to 30% attack. But that's worth about as much as the 28% you lost. And at that point, he's barely doing any damage. And he doesn't really... And the buffs he gives are not that amazing either. You can still use him if you really want to. You have no other option in a Chevreuse team, for example. But it's not ideal. Is Shilonen best in slot for Maoika? Or do I put C2 Yonsan in the bag? Shilonen generally tends to give you overall better performance and quality of life rather than instantly stacking the fighting spirit. But it's not a big difference. And if you don't have Shilonen, and the team where you would consider using her is Maoika, but you already have Yonsan and you don't need Yonsan on another team, Shilonen is not really worth getting, in my opinion. But if you have both available, I generally lean more towards it. Do you think Maoika has room for improvement in the future, or needing that one character is being stuck at her current power? I mean, they could always just release a new Natlan character. But also, the fact that Siglali works so well with her, and is already Natlan, and the fact that you also have Shilonen, if you end up getting an upgrade to Siglali, means that, yeah, there's definitely room for upgrades. I don't think we'll get upgrades to her team anytime soon, but it could happen eventually. Realistically, I think the sort of character that would be good for Maoika would be a character that's an EM buffer that's like actually heavily focused on EM buffing. Because like, if you look at the GC sims for Maoika right now, for C0 stuff, quality of life stuff aside, before Yonsan is added, the highest one is with Sutra. And it's kind of a cooked-ass rotation, but still. But the thing is, while Sucrose is a good character, the value of her tread is diluted by the presence of Tsunami. And if they released a strong character that's focused around reaction buffing, they could actually take this slot. How do you feel about Pyro Traveler? I heard that DPS Pyro Traveler is better than Yol. I mean, that's not wrong. But like, You go back in time and skip an Alan character, who would it be? I think it depends. If you're telling me you go back in time right now, keeping all of your memories, and you have to experience things again from that point, I would probably skip Kanish. But if I could tell Passage F something, I don't think I would tell him to skip Kanish. Like, I did have an okay-ish amount of fun with Kanish. I don't regret going for him, but I don't really care about having him anymore. Izuru Milani, yeah. If I didn't have Milani, how would I test Skirk? Huh? Tell me. What would I do? How do your Natlan carry rankings differ for casual players versus endgame maxers? I guess we can talk about that first. Sure, I'm down. Genshin, tier maker. We can talk about just the Natlan characters for now. Natlan carries, I mean. Are there only 5? Huh. I'd say for casual players, it's probably like this. Maybe. And then for like speedrunners and min-maxers, it's probably like this. I think Milani's the only one that changes significantly. Although, honestly, maybe for casual players, I put her here, actually. Honestly, maybe for casual the only one that it's probably like this. I think Milani's the only one that changes significantly. Although, honestly, maybe for casual players, I put her here, actually.
Hassan Piker.
This
Hassan
is it.
Piker. I bet you thought I wouldn't come to you too, Hassan. I bet you thought I would only go after Ethan Klein, Hassan. I don't have the beard. It doesn't work anymore.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Streamer, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, I can hear you. Does Elon Musk have too much power, according to an Associated Press poll conducted? 88% of the Democrats say yes. Overall, across the board, 65% say too much, 27% only say about the right amount, and 6% say too little. Even within the Republicans, 37% of Republicans say too much. 69% of independents say too much power. Okay? Understandable, because he's gross and he is a repulsive little monster. Obviously, there is the pure graft from the Trump White House in terms of cryptocurrencies and whatnot. Did you see this? Oh, Democrats were celebrating. Oh, that's not. Wow. Okay. Elon Musk poached Stephen Miller's wife during his grand exit from the White House. No. That's crazy. That's so they are. Blue Anon is actually dark woke is real. Dark woke is happening. The Daily Beast has gone full dark woke. So this is a real, this is what's going on now. Like, this is what we're doing. Musk takes Stephen Miller's wife as Trump aide rage tweets. So this is a real thing. Like, this is, they actually are, Like there's a real cuckening taking place in the White House. Elon Musk is officially making his exit from the federal government. It appears he's taking one of President Donald Trump's top aides with him. Katie Miller, top advisor and spokesperson for the Department of Government Efficiency of the White House, is headed out to work for the tech billionaire. It's prompted rumors to swirl across the internet that there's trouble in the West Wing paradise. Miller is married to White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, who on Wednesday fired off a lengthy post on X over Musk criticizing Trump's big beautiful bill. Okay, I need to hold on. Let me see. I should paywall remover this. I should paywall remover this real quick. Hold on. Instead of zapping it. All right, let's see. God, this is a terrible removal. What is happening, man? What is going on? Okay, there it is. We got it. Okay. Okay. Katie Miller, a top advisor and spokesperson for the Doge. Okay, Miller is married to the White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Katie Miller, who also served in the first Trump admin, was named to work with Doge in December. She will reportedly now work for Musk full-time and has already been helping him set up interviews unrelated to his Doge work as he bids the government farewell. Daily Beast reached out to the White House for comment on Miller's departure. Musk's Doge appeared ready to bring a wrecking ball to the federal government when it started its work, shutting down U.S. aid in one weekend and demanding millions of federal employees justify their work. However, the tech billionaire appears to have delivered far less than his operation set out to achieve as he exits. The clear impact of Doge's work, yeah, we already know that. The world's richest person literally once wielded a chainsaw on stage during his role, but he departed with a post on X. As my scheduled time as special government employee comes to an end, I would like to thank President Donald Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. He wrote on Wednesday, the Doge mission will only strengthen over time as it becomes a way of life throughout the government. A special government employee allows members of the private sector to work for the federal government for up to 130 days. Musk's time is up on Friday. Like Musk, Miller joined the administration as a special government employee, so her time at the White House was also restricted. Does Elon Musk have too much power? According to an Associated Press poll conducted, 88% of the Democrats say yes. Overall, across the board, 65% say too much, 27% only say about the right amount, and 6% say too little. Even within the Republicans, 37% of Republicans say too much. 69% of independents say too much power. Okay? Understandable, because he's gross and he is a repulsive little monster, and therefore a lot of people were disgusted by him, and he was not charismatic enough to be able to navigate through this while also simultaneously trying to fire a bunch of employees. Also, who are the 4% of Democrats that say Elon Musk has too little power? I never understand the way some people respond to these polls. I'm like, this does not make any sense whatsoever. While Musk claims Doge's mission will only strengthen, he also criticized Trump's massive bill tackling his domestic agenda on his way out the door. He said he was disappointed because it increased the deficit and undermines the work that the Doge team did. Miller's husband sent out a lengthy post on X pushing back that the Congressional Budget Office is finding that the bill increases the deficit by $3.8 trillion is an accounting gimmick. But multiple analyses of the legislation all found the same thing. However, in a separate post, he did praise Doge's work as among the most valuable services ever rendered to government. His wife has not commented on her departure from the Trump admin, but she has posted and reposted about Musk's his AI company, SpaceX, Doge, and X in the past 24 hours. The Millers were married in February 2020 at the 2 blocks away from the White House during the president's first term. Trump was in attendance. Together, they have 3 children. The couple was first introduced in 2018 by a mutual friend, despite having already spoken on the phone multiple times because of work, according to their wedding announcement. During the first Trump administration, Katie Miller worked for the Department of Homeland Security and later as press secretary for VP Michael Pence. When Musk moved to Washington, he was often spotted with his young son, X. He's been married 3 times and he's fathered at least 14 children. So I guess the blue and on conspiracies that they're piping, right? Like Elon Musk is cucking Stephen Miller. They had a threesome, and basically that's what happened. Like Elon Musk basically stole Stephen Miller's wife from Stephen Miller, and that's the blue and on conspiracy. I think there was already I believe there was already a conspiracy theory that we saw Blue and Conspiracy Theory. Does anyone have that TikTok? I'm sure someone must have seen it. I know one of you guys actually sent it to me. There is this like Blue and Conspiracy that's popping off right now surrounding a Blue and Conspiracy popping off right now surrounding the potential threesome allegation between Stephen Miller and Elon Musk and Stephen Miller's wife. I don't believe it, but I want to see it regardless, and I think it's very funny that Dark Woke did it again. Dark Woke is back, bigger than ever, more powerful than ever before, and popping the frick off. Glenn was in the threesome. I don't like that. Don't do that. Glenn Greenwald, regardless of my disagreements with him, and regardless of his contributions in recent years, it still does not undermine his good journalism that he did in the past. And also, he was literally sexual, like he was victim to revenge porn and blackmail. So I don't think that's appropriate. Yeah, he's a gay man. Yeah, and he has some interesting fetishes. Who gives a f? Okay, calm down. Also, Glenn has been weirdly solid recently. I mean, he's always been he's always been a free speech absolutist across the board. And not only has he always been a free speech absolutist, he's always been good on Israel. So he's always been solid on Palestine. He's always been solid on like Middle East. I wouldn't say always been solid, but like at least for the past 15 years, he's been solid on intervention in the Middle East. I think there was like a point where he was like pro invading Iraq or something, but he's gone back on that and has spent years and years criticizing the administration. Who leaked this video? I don't know, but yes, there's a video that was circulating. Glenn Greenwald spoke on it. Well, I'll cover it in a little bit. I won't show the video obviously, but I'll cover Glenn's response to it. I saw people say it's Mossad. Do you think there's any veracity to that? It would not shock me. I don't understand how, like, the thing that I don't understand is how he doesn't have any OPSEC whatsoever. It is shockingly bad OPSEC for him. He may have OPSEC, but theirs might be better. Come on, Megaphonics. We're talking about a guy who literally who played an incredibly important role in uncovering one of the greatest mass surveillance, illegal mass surveillance strategies that the American government applies to literally our allies and foreign adversaries alike. It is impossible. Like his OPSEC on that was crazy. Like he was purchasing laptops with cash from like random places in an effort to make sure that there was nothing that he could just like exclusively cut off the trail. We're talking about a guy who played, again, an incredibly important role in uncovering by way of Edward Snowden, uncovering mass surveillance strategies, illegal mass surveillance strategies of the federal government, the NSA specifically. The Snowden story literally fell in his lap, man. Like, yeah, he helped to get out, but it's not like he did it on his own by his own scrabbiness. What are you talking about? The courage required to be able to put that together. Are we doing this now? Are we doing this? Listen, you can talk about his last 8 years of ridiculous, like perhaps too sympathetic to Donald Trump performance. But what you're talking about right now, what you're undermining right now is one of the most important pieces of journalism in the 21st century. What the? That is insane. That is insane. Do you have the CIA and the NSA hunting you? I could have stopped that plain ass chatter. Yeah. Kind of random, but Giuliani mentioned you on Kimmel's 6-minute mark. Giuliani? Rudy Giuliani? What? Rudolph Giuliani knows who I am? Are you joking? America's mayor, Rudolph Giuliani?
に報いるために
何時の魂を我が輩に捧げよう。ああ、返事もろくにできねえぞ。お前らやるか。永遠に黙らせてやる。みんなは俺が
我に光
獲物だ。全力攻撃行くぞ。
管理します。
かかったな。みんながそばにいる。
福育の語り
退路はない。もうええ。獲物だ。ようやくは
光り輝くがいい僕を
さあ婦人観
通常を焼き尽くす石煙に放
退路はない。死での旅路へ。
我が輩の意向はひどい
僕の目の中治療しないとな
すぐに直して
きっちり対処してもらうぜ。太陽の子
かかったな。
伝令権限。何時の魂を我が輩に捧げよう。
熱狂の
薬も毒になります命の
永遠に黙らせてやる。
退路はない。 神里流スイー
さあ運命よここにいでよお下がり禁止へいはっやっ元王帝君のために部外者冷凍の時間よガンルよ運命の巨名
よっよっ三尺の修水
水中言が運命に逆らいません
相関化粧部外者禁止
総流水曜神里流
食前に甘いものを目の下のよ
この仕事は排除するべきですね踊りね
低温調理ほっお披露目だほっこっ
えっ魂雪を舞い律令に従え
ガンのように羽ばたけ冷凍の時歌え僕の名のもとに
失礼
あなたの訪れは神格が示していた
遠目いでよ
カジャーン光り輝くがいい
雪を舞い天心直送魂よ
目の下も満足させてあげる
桜吹雪
食前に甘い歌え僕の名のもとにおひゃ
失礼律令に従え命ずる
最高の一品よ
神里流遠目
カジャーン世界の熱狂の渦
雪を舞い天心
えた。終わりね。よし。
みんなは俺が
火の用心。
痛がっちゃ急がなくどの目が出るかしら。
お披露目だ。世界の熱狂の渦。
燃えろ。みんながそばにいてくれる。
火つけるぜ。
かかれ。終わりね。
ガジャーン。歌え僕の生もの。
全力攻撃だ。冒険。
花火に火。
どの目が出るかし
光り輝くがいい。
みんなは俺が無意味な抵抗。
ら。捕まえた。痛がっちゃいない。
手をつなぎましょう。
終わりね。捕まえた。
覚えたわよ。
ようやくは口に見えすぐに直して話を
はびこりなさい。知識をあなたにも。
降伏しろ。はっよっ。
どの目が出るかしら。痛がっちゃいない。
痛くしちゃうかも。
薬も毒になり得ます。判決からは逃れられない。はっちゃせいかせ代価を断つ。はっちゃちょはっ罪を償うがいい。やせいや
かかれ。糸よ工作せよ。
覚えたわよ。私のお家にも。
ようやくは口に見えす。さあ無意味な抵抗を商用してやる。お前の罪を。はっや審判の時だ。はっさあやはっ
捕まえた。終わりね。
はびこりなさい。治療しないとな。
命の重み逃げ場。
よく見とけ。姿を見せよ。
潔白を証明する時だ。 もっと早く
お嬢様の仰せ。
影を打つ。
覚えたわよ。これこそが知恵の伝道。
よく見とけ。動け。
断罪の
邪悪を狩り撃つ。
はびこりなさい。私のお家にいらっしゃい。
雷のごとくカウント。
影のカラスが優也を求めて。
悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす。射撃準備。
痛くしちゃう。
呼吸を整えよう。
合図を待つ。すぐ
潔白を証明する時だ。
じゃあな。
渚のリン影を撃つ。悪を見極め影を狩り。
よっ歌え。僕の名のもと。
さあみんなに挨拶だ。自由になる。
邪悪を狩り撃つ。
ほっ光り輝くがいい。
あまり遠くに行くなよ。行け。もう
しっかり立ってな。左出発。装填。悪を見極め影を狩り。
僕をたたえよ。歌え。僕の名のもと。
じゃあな。ふっふっ。さあみんなに
待ちなさい。邪悪を狩り撃つ。
お披露目だ。
自由になれ。
おとなしくしな。
世界の熱狂の渦に。
剣女番。
なしだ。
岩山八九。
やっもうええよ。
避けられる？避けられる？それせ打ち続けて。
剣女盤石。
やるか。引け。太陽の方向。
これって3タイプ？ほっ気をつけなさい。ローズクラッカースピナディロースだ。
岩山八九。
行くぞ。空上を焼き尽くす。この天下で裁く。
あと何発でしょう。避けられる？ほっわお。
剣女盤石。
止める勇気はあるか。
やっほーファイヤーの岩元素なんですね。よっそれ
引け。太陽の方向。やっレッツ
みんながそばにいる。
さあ働きなさい。てほっ
空上を焼き尽くす。この天下で裁く。もうええよ。せえ。
全力攻撃。
魂よ手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
引け。太陽の方向。せえ。やっ
くらえ。みんなは俺が。
命ずるはっ競争よ。スイッチにめよ契約を果たせ。口封じは任せたからね。
責任に葬られよ。
燃えろ。全力攻
魂よ一両に従え。手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知り。
引け。
けられる？よっと。はっ。気をつけなさい。セッファイヤ
烈日私
ー。避けられる？ほっよっ。
冥王牽制
この天下で裁く。
避けられる？打ち続けて。避けられる？せっ。それ。わお。
避け異形を見届けよ。
手加減なし。
あと何発でしょう。ローズクラッカー。スピラディローズ特注版よ。
聞け太陽の本能を。加速するぞ。
あと何発でしょう。ローズクラッカ
今誕生の時。
行くぞ。
ー。ヤッホー。これって3発？よっファイヤ
通常せ
ー。口封じは任せたからね。
みんなは俺が
石煙に葬られよ。止める勇気はあるか。
燃えろ。みんながそばに。
低温調理3のように。さあ働きなさい。ヒトラリーインストパ。
聞け太陽の本能を。加速するぞ。
冷凍の時間よ。水中にめよ。契約を果たせ。
石煙に葬られよ。せえ燃え
燃えろ。みんなは俺が
目も舌も満足させてあげる。手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。
この天下で裁く。アクセル全
全力攻撃。
食前によ。ヒトラリーインストパこうよ。
Did you guys hear about the terrible attack committed against 2 random Jewish people in Washington, D.C. for no reason aside from their Jewish identity? I condemn this anti-Semitic assault, or at least that's how the media has been framing it. So the narrative here among, the typical Zionist morons has been, this was anti-Semitic. He couldn't have known who these people were. He just went to a Jewish museum. Yeah, they don't mention the fact that the Jewish Museum was holding an event by a explicitly pro-Israel Zionist organization, explicitly and openly designed for diplomats and members of Zionist organizations to help them learn to do propaganda better. So there's that thing, right? Kind of throws a wrench in the idea that, this was not an attack directed against Israeli government employees because they were Israeli government employees in retaliation for what the Israeli government is doing in Gaza. Because it was. Even fucking genocidal Zionist Israeli media is being forced to admit to the political motivation for the attack. The event was held by the typical Zionist organization named the American Jewish Committee, right? It is an organization that has a neutral sounding name, just a committee for Jews, right? How could you possibly think there's anything wrong with that? Well, look at the fucking page. And then you look at their website and how do they choose to describe themselves immediately? As bold advocates for Jews and Israel. They consider those things practically the same. Anytime they mention the Jewish people, it's always with Israel. like down here, advocate for Israel and the Jewish people. To them, these things are basically one and the same. So this was an event held by an openly Zionist organization, an event for diplomats, aka Israeli government employees. And according to the Israeli ambassador himself, who has no reason to lie about this, I mean, he's the Israeli ambassador, if anything, this hurts Israel's narrative that he's admitting this, right? They want to frame it as nothing more than an anti-Semitic, a nonsensical anti-Semitic attack that had no political motivations. So the Israeli ambassador says this hurts their narrative, and we have no reason to disbelieve it. According to the Israeli ambassador, Yechiel later, the attacker mingled with participants at an event hosted by the American Jewish Committee earlier that evening, gathering information on embassy personnel. So, he identified the 2 Israeli genocide propagandists who were attacked as Israeli embassy personnel and targeted them because they were Israeli embassy personnel. Now, the anti-Semitic angle does not work in the first place because one of them was fucking Christian. And these people have been trying to say that the Christian was actually Jewish because his father was Jewish. Ergo, it was actually an anti-Semitic attack. Now, this argument makes no sense in the first place, because even if both of them were Jewish, every single fucking thing that happens to a Jew ever is not anti-Semitism. Give us a fucking break, you dumb fuck. You know, the IDF is made up of Jews. When they get attacked for doing genocide in Gaza, is that anti-Semitism? Oh, I bet you think it is, actually. I mean, what a weird question to ask you guys. I know you think that. So that talking point is ridiculous on the face of it in the first place. But the irony of this is that he's not actually considered Jewish by Israeli law. Not by Israeli law, not by religious law. By religious law, you're only a Jew if your mother was Jewish. So he's out there. By Israeli nationality law, he's not eligible for the right of return. You know why? Because once you become a Christian, once you convert your religion, you are no longer considered a Jew. You can be an atheist. You can be Jewish. He's not eligible for the right of return. You know why? Because once you become a Christian, once you convert your religion, you are no longer considered a Jew. You can be an atheist. You can be Jewish. But you can't be any other religion. The second you convert, you're no longer a Jew. It doesn't matter if both your parents were Jewish. So, yeah, what else is there to say about that? Did you hear that Hassan Piker is also responsible for the poor, genocidal Israeli diplomats being cruelly murdered for no reason aside from their Jewish identity? And did you know they were about to get married in Jerusalem? How cruel. You know, just like Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler was married for barely 1 day before he was cruelly forced to kill himself by invading terrorist Soviets. Hassan Piker is responsible for this. I'm also responsible for this too, they said. My response to that is, if I say anything, I will get in big trouble. It's great that they were about to get married in Jerusalem. They can't get married in Jerusalem. It's illegal for them to get married in Israel. In Israel, Jews are only allowed to marry Jews. I eat my ass. These people will murder the uninvolved 5th cousin of some random Hamas garbage collector, and they'll celebrate it. And now they want you to feel sad for 2 paid Israeli government propagandists.
Does Elon Musk have too much power?
Please do the rank duel. We could do a rank duel.
What's a rank though? Oh.
Do I have to set it up? I have to set it up, don't I? How do I set it up? Can I just yoink Limbo's thing? Or do I have to set it up myself? Do I have to create one? Create a rank duel? No, I don't. That's not gonna be good.
Or we just do a global.
I guess we can probably do it even if we don't do it versus chat, right? We can just do it like single player. I guess you gotta zoom out so that it zooms in. Okay, let's try to guess the Akasha rank for this. That's a really good ratio. EM Sans is great. Obviously, Marisol say. That's pretty good. That's a little underwhelming, but it's not awful. That's fine.
Okay, this guy's a loser. It has to be high.
That's alright.
Marisol Huta's for like losers, bro. This shit's high.
We can't see. Oh yeah. Let me move. Okay, so
30
you gotta
HP,
guess
224
what
EM.
percentage it is, right? Top 1%, top 2%, top 3 to 5, 6 to 10,
1.
11 to 15, 6 to etc. I think it's 2.
This
I'm
is
gonna vote
1,
2.
bro. This guy's a
This
loser.
is 2. It was 1.
I think he needs more.
No
I
shot.
was right,
that's
bro. You
1,
can
bro.
tell when they're losers. You can tell. Takes one to know one, and I'm 1.
Wait, that's my ratio on Serpent Spine. What the fuck is this? That's 1.
Stream delay.
That's gotta be
I
1.
still don't see it yet.
Is there ER brackets? Oh wait, I can turn my screen again.
Bro's on Earthshaker.
Okay, like, that's gotta be 1. Are there ER brackets for Kaniche? If there's ER brackets, this is, like, the best build I've ever seen. It's definitely top 1%. If there's ER brackets. If there's not ER brackets, it might be 2. That's 3 to 5? No, that's 6 to 10? No shot.
No ER brackets, probably. Is there?
That's... It's so tiny. Yeah, but if I zoom in, this thing gets zoomed out. Maybe this is a good middle ground. All right. This is an awful build, by the way.
Yeah, he's on an HP circlet with, what is that, 76 crit rate?
Oh, that's HP circlet. Yeah, it's... But the crit ratio is not, like, good.
No, it's terrible. 76 crit rate?
I'll say 3
Hello?
to 5. No.
I think it's,
6
it's
to
one
10.
lower, no? Yeah.
It was 6 to
Let's
10.
go.
All right, Farina, we got 22
Yo, nice crit damage,
rolls,
bozo. Fucking click the mitten emoji. Sorry.
175 ER.
Bro, Festering gives crit rate. This guy's 100 crit rate. This is a 1-to-1 ratio.
That's not 1 to 1. This is 3 to 5.
No, but like...
This is 3 to 5, I think.
Wait. I didn't really look at the pieces, but I believe you.
Yes, sir. All right, Finale, Ayaka, 41% crit.
No, bro, ban this guy. Level 86
That's-
R1. You do not play Ayaka.
That's what I shall say.
This is fake.
Yeah, this is very fake.
Like, what the hell? R1?
This is gonna be top 11 to 15. No.
I was gonna say, it's clearly built for Akasha. Like, he doesn't play Ayaka.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess that's
the
true.
Akasha doesn't care. Yeah.
What combo are they using for this Maréchal to be competitive, though, by the way?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh, this is insane. You can tell because they put
But
like
it's-
they put like waifu art.
True. But it's not the right set.
Oh, true, actually. Oh.
It's probably still top
Also
1%,
seven. Look at the
though.
goblet. Look at the goblet. 777.
Base.
That flower is pretty nice. That feather is insane. What the fuck is that feather?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. I mean, this is like 26 crit rolls with 6 attack rolls, no ER, but I don't know if there's ER brackets for Brisa.
I don't really need ER. What it is.
Yeah, look at that fucking circlet, man. I wish I had that. I'd say this is
Yeah.
probably top 2. But Long Night Song
I think
hasn't been
top
out
1.
for very long, so it might be top 1.
No, that's top 1. IMO.
But I know the Marissa boards are
Okay.
competitive. I'm gonna guess top 2. Fuck, okay, you were right.
You gotta go with that. Yeah, the waifu art. That's how you know.
That's dog shit. Well, there's a lot of EM, I guess. But there's no melt leaderboards for, like, you know.
There's a vape one, no?
Yeah, but EM is a lot worse for vape than for melt. There are now? Oh, okay. In that case,
Okay,
this is okay. I'd say this is like, is this 3 to 5?
At least.
I think it's
IMO.
3 to 5, yeah. Crit ratio's not 1 to 2, though. But there's probably deathmatch rankings, right? That looks top 10%. Okay, I need to check this, though. We gotta go to Akasha and check what team they're assuming for the melt leaderboard.
Who's
No
cheating?
external EM buffs, and there's one for Salve of Scarlet Sands. This is 2%. Maybe not, no. I'm gonna guess 3 to 5. This might be 2% with Salve of Scarlet Sands, though, because it's a low crit rate build that has a lot of EM. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Top 20.
Fuck, man, I got cooked. I have no idea what the Escoffier leaderboards look like.
Yo, who cares about your Scoffy stats, bro? Sorry. This is just cryo official. Alright. This guy's 68 flat attack on his circlet.
Yeah, I feel
Like,
like
don't
most
talk.
people don't have like the greatest builds on her. So this might be top 1. What does the Escoffier thing assume? It just assumes Farina. I think this is 2. It was 3 to 5. Okay, close enough. Ayaka,
First, like, close enough.
crit rate, pretty much exactly at 100 with all the stuff. Pretty decent circlet, pretty decent goblet. That's a Sans. That's top 1%. That's gotta be top 1%. If this is not top 1%, the Ayaka leaderboards are too competitive.
Yeah, the only guy I know with a better Blizzard's hands is me.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, sorry. That's actually, yeah, that's really good.
That's disgusting. That's pretty damn good.
This guy's on a 5
Pretty
piece.
solid. That's disgusting, and that's pretty damn... Okay, this has to be top 1% too.
Yeah, that's top 1. We need a top 100 button.
It could have been worse, I guess.
Would the chat react like this if it was my 5-piece Vermilion Shao? Would you guys be like, holy?
No, they'd be like
No.
Pippa W.
Yeah, and then you see the Goblin and you're like, mid.
True. That's because that's what you deserve.
That's fucked up. Okay, I'm fucking falling asleep.
Alright, thank you for dropping
You got
by,
resin
man. I
to spend, so
appreciate it. Goose on the loose! Holy shit, she said the thing. She said the thing, chat!
間違えた。間違えた。 くぞ。実験の相手を間違えた。実験の相手を間違えた。
星とし無事今日の星とし
Xbox has been getting tons of mileage this generation out of re-releases and remasters, with the Oblivion Remastered being a runaway success earlier this year. But what does this mean for the future of Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda games specifically? Bethesda had a bit of a rocky time with the launch of Starfield, but they've since updated the game into an amazing state, and now everyone is looking towards the future with Elder Scrolls 6. To an amazing state, and now everyone is looking towards the future with Elder Scrolls 6. But with Oblivion Remastered doing so well, does this mean Bethesda and Microsoft are going to try and work on something in the meantime to keep the hype train chugging? There's actually a lot of evidence to suggest that other Bethesda RPGs are going to get that same Oblivion treatment as well. And in today's video, we're going to be talking about everything we know about the future of Elder Scrolls remasters and what they mean for Elder Scrolls 6. We have a lot to cover, so check the video chapters for easy viewing, and let's get started. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion's remaster was a huge success, apparently becoming one of the best-selling games of the entire year. Despite shadow dropping in the middle of the work week on PC and console, the Oblivion remaster still managed to sell insanely well on Steam, with an all-time peak of being well over 150,000 concurrent players. The remaster was developed by Virtuos, a studio best known for working on re-releases and updates to classic games, as well as remakes like the upcoming MGS Snake Eater. And instead of just updating the visuals and fixing some of the bugs, Oblivion Remastered is a heavy update to the original game, featuring the DLC as well as a bunch of quality of life updates and changes to the gameplay and progression in order to make it feel less janky. Now, that's not to say that the jank isn't there. The jank is honestly what makes it so special, in my opinion. So I think it's a good thing that that was a part of the classic Bethesda charm, but the game feels much more approachable for modern gamers, and it was done without compromising on the original game's vision and just overall appeal, which I think is how all remasters should be handled. And it launched for $50, which gamers, and it was done without compromising on the original game's vision and just overall appeal, which I think is how all remasters should be handled. And it launched for $50, which is another major reason why it sold so well. In a world of $70 and $80 games that still launch unfinished, Oblivion Remastered was a breath of fresh air. $50 for a full and complete experience with tons of content and respect to the original that we loved so much. So naturally, people have started looking to the future of Bethesda remasters after the success of the Oblivion game, and the next one on the lineup seems to be Fallout 3. A while back ago, Microsoft and the FTC accidentally leaked an internal release schedule that had not only Oblivion Remastered on there, but also the Fallout 3 Remastered. It had those two games as well as a ton of other unannounced Xbox Game Studio games. Some of those games on that list have already released, and Oblivion Remastered is one of them. It was later confirmed to be legit, so it stands to reason that the Fallout 3 Remastered is real as well. And there have been some insider reports claiming that it's being developed by Virtuos as well, and will have the same kind of design philosophy as the Oblivion Remastered did, meaning the game will utilize the engine layer technology where they use the base game code and then utilize the Unreal Engine 5 as a graphics processing layer. So that means it'll have a hefty visual upgrade with a bunch of quality of life changes that will improve the experience and make things feel more modern without getting rid of the original game's appeal. And Microsoft hasn't announced the Fallout 3 remaster just yet, but if I had to guess, they're probably going to shadow drop it as well, possibly alongside a new season of the Fallout TV show. Or maybe they won't be shadow dropping it since they don't want it to be drowned out by the hype for the new season of the popular show. But I think a future Fallout season and the Fallout 3 remaster are going to be cross promoted one way or another, meaning we could probably expect to see Fallout 3 remastered next year, possibly in the next 2 years, since season 2 of the show is now scheduled to release in December, and most video games avoid the December release window. But if I were to give an official prediction, I would say that Fallout Season 2 will drop in December, and then Microsoft will announce the Fallout 3 remaster at the end of the year, perhaps at the Game Awards, and then the game will drop in January or February of 2026. It's also totally possible that Microsoft holds another February Xbox Game Showcase like they do every year, and then they shadow drop Fallout 3 during that event, which would still mean that Fallout 3 Remastered drops early 2026. So one way or another, that's my predicted release window for the game, Q1 of 2026. Now it's also possible with the Xbox Game Showcase coming up that we get the reveal during that event, but again, it's hard saying. Oblivion has been cranking sales since it was released, and obviously everyone is thinking about Elder Scrolls 6 since that will be the next major Bethesda RPG on the release schedule. Todd Howard has confirmed a new Fallout game is in the works as well, but he's also said that the Elder Scrolls 6 is the main priority right now, and that Fallout 5 likely won't hit full production until after that game is finished. Similar to how Elder Scrolls 6 wasn't the main focus until after Starfield was out. But that's a bit of an awkward situation for Bethesda to be in since there is so much Fallout hype right now thanks to the show. So they're probably wishing they started with Fallout 5. Can you imagine how quickly Fallout 5 would sell if it released alongside a season or two of the show? Unfortunately, Bethesda couldn't see the future and Elder Scrolls 6 is the main focus right now. Not that there's anything wrong with that obviously, but Bethesda and Microsoft are now very aware of the fact that BGS remasters are an easy way to garner goodwill with the community and make a lot of freaking money, and obviously keep the hype train chugging along for as long as possible. Starfield was divisive with longtime Bethesda fans, so releasing some older school games is a great way to keep the conversation positive while also giving the modern Bethesda team the opportunity to analyze what exactly people want from Bethesda RPGs. But that brings us to what Elder Scrolls game is going to get remastered next. There's been a lot of people expressing hope for games like Morrowind or Daggerfall to get the full remaster treatment that Oblivion Remastered did, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Oblivion was a relatively easy game to remaster because the structure of the gameplay was very modern compared to the older ones like Daggerfall and Morrowind. Those games would require a lot of traditional work in order to modernize them simply due to how old they were. I don't really think that Virtuos would be able to get away with simply remastering those games. They would effectively have to rebuild a lot of them from the ground up, at which point they might as well just do full-on remakes. Frankly, I would love to see full remakes of Morrowind, and obviously Daggerfall would be very tough to do. But the point I'm getting at is those would be much bigger projects than an Oblivion style remaster, which are likely going to be the focus for the next few years. I don't think Morrowind or Daggerfall remakes are totally off the table, but I don't think they're going to be that high on the priority list. I would say out of both of those games, like Morrowind or Daggerfall, they would do Morrowind next. And then Daggerfall, I don't even know if they would remake that one. You get what I'm saying. The Xbox 360 era games are much easier to remaster and get out of the door. And they were also the games that were much more commercially successful, which means they'll make a much bigger impact when they shadow drop. So this brings us to another remaster that I think is or Daggerfall. They would do Morrowind next. And then Daggerfall, I don't even know if they would remake that one. You get what I'm saying. The Xbox 360 era games are much easier to remaster and get out of the door. And they were also the games that were much more commercially successful, which means they'll make a much bigger impact when they shadow drop. So this brings us to another remaster that I think is very possible that we get, and that is the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. I don't even know if they would remake that one. You get what I'm saying. The Xbox 360 era games are much easier to remaster and get out of the door. And they were also the games that were much more commercially successful, which means they'll make a much bigger impact when they shadow drop. So this brings us to another remaster that I think is very possible that we get, and that is the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. If we know that Fallout 3 is getting remastered next, which seems to be the case considering the Microsoft leaks from the FTC trial, then where do the other remasters fit into the timeline? I think it's inevitable that New Vegas gets remastered as well as Fallout 3, but if the next major Bethesda release is the Elder Scrolls 6 and the Oblivion remaster did so well, I think the next remaster after Fallout 3 is going to be yet another Elder Scrolls. We may want them to do Morrowind, which honestly that's the next game that I would love for them to do, but I think the reality of the situation is the bigger financial slam dunk would be Skyrim. Yes, Skyrim, unfortunately. Sure, Skyrim is already available on all platforms, and heck, it's been remastered a dozen times, but if Bethesda wants the most hype possible for Elder Scrolls 6, doing a full Unreal Engine 5 remaster for Skyrim in the same way they did Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered is probably the easiest way for them to do it. Call me crazy, but if they did an Elder Scrolls Skyrim remastered in the same way they did Oblivion, using Unreal Engine 5 for the renderer and then calling it Elder Scrolls Skyrim Remastered Enhanced Edition or something like that, that would sell so well. I almost hate to even think about it, but the fact of the matter is it would. But to kind of circle back, I think the next game that we get in the Elder Scrolls series that is remastered will be Morrowind, because that's the one that is the most dated. Like, we definitely need a Morrowind remake. And after seeing what Virtuos did with Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered, I have no problems with giving them the reins and just letting them do it. All of this is obviously leading up to Elder Scrolls 6, and you would think that that game would be in development for so long, but that's just not the case. They were working on Starfield until that game was released, and now the full focus development is on Elder Scrolls 6, but that still means that it's only been the studio's priority for only about a year and a half. So I wouldn't expect Elder Scrolls 6 to drop until like probably 2028 at this point, and that's at the very earliest. But if Bethesda is planning on drip feeding us all these remasters, it could be the perfect way to buy them extra time for Elder Scrolls 6's development. The best way to build hype for the future of Bethesda RPGs is to keep reminding us of why we fell in love with them in the first place. I totally think we're going to be getting at least a couple of more remasters before Elder Scrolls 6 drops, and if Bethesda decides they want more time for development, all they have to do is drop another remaster to buy themselves some time and keep the hype train chugging along. It's a foolproof strategy. But that's gonna wrap it up with this video, guys. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comment section. What game do you think will be remastered? Remastered next.
Reason why the Palestinian movement, like or Hamas, for example, has never had an instance of outside of the territory of historic Palestine. I talked about this when the embassy happened, because they are laser focused on a singular goal. They are laser focused on a singular goal of ensuring that the occupation ends. Started. Let's get. All right. Let's get started. Let's get started on the news. We got a lot to cover. So, I guess we'll start with the this investigation into attack on pro-Israel demonstration in Colorado. Some fucking psycho went up to a bunch of old Jewish people that were doing like a demonstration in support of Israel, and tried to like light them on fire or something. He was shirtless, you know, just real fucking insane shit. Oh, music is still playing. Thank you. Yeah, let's get started. He had like Molotov cocktails or something, I guess. He used it and threw a yeah, someone said there was a as well. The protest was to free the hostages. Yeah, it was it was like a pro-Israel protest, but it doesn't fucking matter what the protest was for. That's psychotic. What do you mean? Like, that's an insane thing to do. And this man is an insane person. Like, absolutely insane person. Thank God nobody fucking died. Holy shit. ICE was caught on video posing as utility workers. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second, but let's continue.
Community members in Boulder, Colorado. They were calling for the release of the hostages held by Hamas. 8 people hospitalized after witnesses say the attacker used a makeshift. Yeah, it's like, it does matter. You don't think a pro-Israel protest is psychotic in and of itself? Yes, it is. But you know what you can't do? Fucking throw Molotov cocktails at it. What are you, fucking stupid? Are you out of your mind? Are you fucking insane? Like, come on, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what do you think this is, Grand Theft Auto? What are you, insane? Are you out of your mind? Are you a federal agent? Shut the fuck up. And threw an incendiary device. The man was taken into custody at the scene. Mola Lengi is in Boulder with the latest. Good morning, Mola.
Well, good morning, George. The FBI
Motherfuckers could do anything as long as they slap a free Palestine at the end of it. There's like dumb that will go, oh, that was actually base. Like, you're a moron, okay? Calm down.
Investigating this as a potential targeted act of terrorism. A witness is here describing just a horrifying scene here at this outdoor pedestrian mall in Boulder. People being set on fire.
Officers rushing to the scene in Boulder, Colorado around 1:30 Sunday afternoon after receiving calls.
Yeah, he did. Great job for this guy. Almost lit a dude who I guess survived the Holocaust on fire. What are we doing? What the f are you talking about? Are you insane? Like 87-year-old Jewish dude who like or Jewish woman who can survive the Holocaust getting lit on fire. Not exactly great, you know? Are you insane? Yeah, this is like there is a there are a lot of instances of direct action that is valid, valuable, reasonable, okay? This is not even in the range of appropriate behavior. Get the out of supporting it. Someone just like tried to say some dumb shit and I immediately clamped on it.
Of people being set on fire.
There's multiple mixed reports about if people are on fire now. We're getting lots of 911 calls.
Police responding to a suspect armed with what officials say was a makeshift who allegedly threw an incendiary device into the crowd. Witnesses say he yelled, "Free Palestine," during the attack.
I've never seen anything like this before in my entire life. It was absolutely gruesome.
The FBI investigating what they're calling a targeted attack on a group of peaceful demonstrators who were raising awareness on the remaining Israeli hostages in Gaza.
It is clear that this is a targeted act and the FBI is investigating
Why do you
this.
think they're doing this? Is it because people feel increasingly desperate? Because nothing they do changes the government's course? I think that's part of it, but like, we're in America, man. We're in the United States of America. What do you think? People are insane here, okay? America is a uniquely violent country, and I think a lot of people just kind of forget how, again, uniquely violent of a nation this is, okay? Wait, hold on. Like, there is a reason why the Palestinian movement, like, or Hamas, for example, has never had an instance of outside of the territory of historic Palestine. I talked about this when the embassy happened, because they are laser focused on a singular goal. They are laser focused on a singular goal of ensuring that the occupation ends. Okay? And in the process, do they personally engage in heinous acts? Yeah, of course. They have. It's ridiculous that that this kind of action is in any way, shape, or form associated with like the reasonable approach, like what the student movement has done. It's on the exact opposite end of the spectrum in terms of like productivity. It's not even like, this is just I mean, this is just like, this is for the sake of and nothing more. It's senseless. That's it. Like, you're not, it is utterly directionless. Going to a pro-Israel rally or going to a like free the hostages rally and dropping Molotov cocktails on like 87-year-olds is psychotic, dude. Completely psychotic, completely unacceptable. Not only is it inhumane and insane, it's also entirely counterproductive. That's it.
As an act of
like, revenge is not justice, okay? Also, revenge against other random people is extra not justice. It is completely injustice. It is unjust.
8 people between the ages
I don't even think this dude is like an anarchist or anything like that. He was like a 40, 50-year-old guy, dude. I think he's a person who is unimaginably frustrated and like lost his mind. I mean, you're talking about a dude who took a shirt off to like try to, you know, use Molotov people, you know?
The 52 and 88 injured. 2 airlifted to burn units. 1 in critical condition. A source brief tells ABC News one of the victims.
Yeah, from what I understand, he's an Egyptian national who overstayed his visa. Yes. And now they're going to fucking clamp down extra hard. Not only are they going to clamp down on, you know, people like me. Apparently, Jonathan Greenblatt is trying to say that, like, I'm responsible for this again, which is so insane. Dude. It's so psychotic. Like, the fuck are you doing, man? again, yeah. Anytime any sort of like violence takes place against like a pro-Israeli rally or anyone out there, he just goes, oh, it's Hassan Piker's fault. Dude, what are you saying? What the fuck kind of psychotic nonsense is this? My number one op
is apparently a female Holocaust survivor. This video shows the suspect, according to an official briefed on the situation, holding what appears to be Molotov cocktails in front of a patch of burning grass, screaming at the crowd before being taken down by police.
3 Molotov cocktails. One of them he threw inside of a group. At the group, and one lady lit on fire from head to toe.
There was a jug filled with the same stuff. I thought it was alcohol at first, but it smelled like gasoline. He was also taking this garden sprayer, basically, and spraying.
Every time a Palestinian is killed in the USA by some freak, do we now get to blame Greenblatt personally? Of course not. Like, of course not. Of course not. He has literally gone on television and been like, oh, if you're wearing a keffiyeh, it's basically a swastika, right? He says that without any fucking just cause whatsoever. And yet, when people who are wearing keffiyehs get fucking shot and paralyzed, like the shooter in Vermont that shot those 3 college students, obviously that's not Greenblatt's fault. You know what I mean? No one would ever say that. Because there's an overwhelming amount of, like, these things are not directional, okay? These things do not happen because of a singular person. Very rarely do these things happen because a person goes, oh, I got radicalized by this person and that's why I did it. Okay? It's a combination of systemic factors. Our social fabric is ripped apart at this point. Americans are insanely violent and insanely desensitized to violence. Part of that is because of all of the violence that we have subjected others to overseas, coming back around, all of the violence that American foreign policy creates for innocent individuals. No, I haven't watched Mountainhead, okay? Shut up about fucking Mountainhead. America's basically like a PvP on Grand Theft Auto lobby. But no, when someone who is pro-Palestine is subjected to violence, I don't think it's Jonathan Greenblatt's fault either, even though he does directly say things that would invoke a violent response that would urge people to take violent actions. It's also the same reason why I don't blame like Ethan Klein for, you know, being detained by Customs and Border Patrol. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. I'm losing my fucking mind right now. Oh my God. The AC is not shutting off. I'm so pissed. My whole family loves making fun of me for how much I love the AC and how much I turn on the AC, and now I can't even fucking turn it off. It's so cool.
People with this gasoline and fire and flames.
Authorities identifying 45-year-old Mohammed Sabri Solomon as the suspect apprehended on scene.
This has every single sign of being a hate crime. The perpetrator was waiting for people who were engaging in peaceful activity. It was a group of Jews from Boulder who were making a stand for freeing hostages who've been in prison since October 7th.
Overnight, the FBI descending on the suspect's alleged...
I muted, yes, because I was talking to my brother. I was yelling at him. He was making fun of me for not being able to turn the AC off. Holy shit, that was so cold. The American state has endorsed insane violence overseas, and this emboldens violent and antisocial individuals within America. Violence abroad has altered the social contract in the most destructive way possible. Yes. Dude, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm not going to talk to someone from the flotilla right now, okay? Chatter. What is this? Court proceedings in 20 minutes? Yeah, we'll get to that when it happens. Hold on, let's finish
Residents in the Colorado Springs area, about an hour and a half from Boulder. The group, Run for Their Lives, meets weekly, ending their walk at this courthouse. Omar Shahar, who was leading the group, says he saw the man waiting for them before they were attacked.
You see fire under the legs of your friends in your community. You want to help them. And then this is when we all retreated and realized that he doesn't care. He's there to harm as much as possible.
Well, we're learning that the suspect was in the United States illegally, according to an official at the Department of Homeland Security. The Boulder County Jail database says the suspect is being held on a $10 million bond, in addition to a list of charges this morning, including attempted murder as well as murder. Now, we should note, according to police at least, that there have been no fatalities reported in this attack, but we are expecting more detailed, more formal information on these charges.
FBI says targeted terror attack on Colorado event for Israeli hostages. Yeah. Also, one other aspect of these kinds of like vigilante and I don't even want to call this like vigilante justice, because there is not, like, it's just a literally random unstable person behaving in an incredibly violent way. You know what I mean? It's like attempted fucking mass murder, basically. Okay, it's like beyond vigilantism. Behaving in an it's just a literally random unstable person behaving in an incredibly violent way. You know what I mean? It's like attempted fucking mass murder, basically. Okay, it's like beyond vigilantism. Once again, revenge is not justice, okay? This is something that I need to be very clear about. But outside of that, this is so perfectly designed for, one, the media cycle to immediately laser in on this. The dude himself is both Egyptian, I think he's Muslim, and a fucking undocumented migrant. It is so perfect for the Trump administration to basically kill as many fucking pro-Palestine people as possible by sending them over to seek God and forgetting about them. You know what I mean? It's just, it moves the fucking conversation away from what happened a day prior to this, okay? Or the same day, in the same fucking, bro, you are unhinged. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, it's terrorism. Bro, you are unhinged. Dude, you are fucking stupid. You are not listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. You are just in here to be like, Hassan thinks this is based. There's never been a moment where I've said this is based, okay? But you're not even listening, because if you were, you would understand that, no, of course this is a fucking completely unacceptable, insane act of fucking violence, you dumbass. Shut the fuck up. God damn. Fuck. What's wrong with these people, bro? I swear to God, everything. You're so deeply unserious that you look at a situation where a dude almost fucking lit a bunch of like old Jewish people on fire. Okay, luckily nobody died. And this motherfucker's first thing is, let me go farm some clips off of my favorite, like off of my least favorite content creator at the behest of my favorite content creator. Like, what's wrong with you? Be normal, dude. Fuck. It's so crazy. It's so fucking crazy that, like, for so many people, their understanding of politics is just basically fucking drama. Drama between, like, friction between their favorite and least favorite content creators. Like, there are literally tens of thousands of people online that just unironically view all of this, like, everything that pertains to like American foreign policy, American domestic policy, off of like, does Hassan like this? Yes. If he likes it, I hate it. Does Hassan hate this? If he hates this, I like it. It is so insane. How can you be this rudderless? Make up your own fucking mind for once, dude. It's crazy. It blows my mind how brain broken so many people are. This is not team sports, man. Identify the issue at hand, please. What is this? You have the exact same understanding of politics, but replace content creators with country governments? First of all, this is an incredibly reductive attitude. This is an incredibly reductive attitude, but even then, the assessment is instantly different. You understand that, right? Because content creators are just content creators, okay? Especially ones that don't really know anything that they're talking about, are additionally stupid to get your notes from. Having said that, once again, positioning yourself as like anti-government could probably still be a step up, which is, again, not something that I do. If you think that I'm just blindly anti-Israel, you're fucking delusional. They bait you for clips to get you mad so they can say Hassan crashes out of his chat and you fall for it every time while you entertain these bad faith dipshits. Yeah, I know, you're right.
The FBI is calling it an act of terror. In Boulder, Colorado, at least 8 people injured in an attack on a peaceful gathering in support of the Israeli hostages being held in Gaza. The images emerging are disturbing. Smoke seen rising at the scene. And this comes after the FBI says a man used makeshift flamethrower and threw an incendiary device into the crowd. Witnesses described a horrifying scene.
From my point of view, all of a sudden I felt the heat, like it was a Molotov cocktail equivalent, a gas bomb in a glass jar thrown. I saw it, a big flame as high as a tree, and all I saw was someone on fire.
The suspect is under arrest. Law enforcement have identified him as 45-year-old Mohammed Solomon. CNN's Whitney Wild is at the scene in Boulder. She's joining us right now. Whitney, first and foremost, what are we learning about the victims this morning?
Well, what we know is that...
Thoughts on a potential false flag? No, dude. Stop. I haven't seen enough details, but stop immediately assuming it's a fucking false flag, please. Jesus Christ, dude. Some of you guys are so unserious. This is just, again, another issue with like the way Americans view politics. Everything's a goddamn game. Everything's a goddamn conspiracy. Holy fuck. Sometimes what you see is what you get. Okay? Goddamn. It's so ironic that the last time this happened with the Israeli embassy staffer shooter, I covered extensively the misinformation that flies around, talking about how I don't think it's a false flag, and covering it extensively, which led me to be banned for a day. Okay, one must ask why. One must ask why anyone instantly thinks something is a false flag. Okay, this happens with right wingers. This even happens with leftists as well. The reason why is partially because everyone's brain is cooked at this point. No one can just like look at a situation and instantly go, I don't think that's what you see is what you get. There always has to be an alternative. There always has to be an alternative explanation. Okay? You have to stop doing this. The other reason why people say this is because they understand that this is a ridiculous instance of violence that is horrifying and also horrible. It's horrifying. It's literally it will have immense negative consequences. So immediately people go cope mode and just go, oh, I think it's a false flag maybe. Like, that's bullshit.
Horrifyingly, one of them was also a Holocaust survivor, as you had mentioned earlier. They range in age, Kate, from 52 to 88 years old. What we know right now is very little about the extent of their injuries, but the little we do know, according to police, is that 2 people were airlifted to Denver area hospitals. 1 victim was very seriously injured. This was a horrifying attack, Kate, as you described. This man holding what were basically spray bottles full of what looked like incendiary material and then throwing that onto the crowd. And when he initiated that attack, Kate, these are not people who run away from their neighbors. They run to them to try to help. This is a community that will need to lean on one another as they move forward. Here's more on that from the Boulder Police Chief.
Boulder is not immune to tragedy, sadly, and I know a lot of people are scared right now. A lot of people are upset and questioning how this happened and why. All I know is Boulder has recovered before from acts of violence, and we will again recover. I urge the community in this time to come together. Now is not the time to be divisive, and we will continue to ensure community safety along with all of our partners.
Okay, that help, that sense of community will be more important than ever as they try to move forward after this tragedy. Kate?
And what more are we learning about the suspect right now?
Well, some of these details are coming to light. Our law enforcement sources are telling CNN's John Miller that he had applied for asylum in the United States in 2005. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller tweeted that he was here illegally, saying that he had overstayed a tourist visa. We've reached out to ICE to try to find out more information on that. Kate, at the moment, he is in custody in Boulder. He was booked just before midnight last night. He's booked on multiple charges, including 1 count of explosive incendiary devices used during a felony. Again, much more to learn here, and we expect that more information will come forward at his first hearing at 1:30 this afternoon local time, Kate.
All right, Whitney, thank you very much. John?
All right, with us now are CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe and the aforementioned...
What? I think this was a guy that was on board with it until he realized the consequences of it. Then his acceptance of state violence allowed him to justify his retribution. Why do you report tweets as truthful? Are you talking to CNN? Oh.
Mentioned John Miller, CNN chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst. John, what else are you hearing from your sources right now?
Well, they're digging into the background of this individual, particularly looking at how he got here, when he got here, how he stayed here. But what you gather from careful viewing of the videos taken by people at the scene is, and factor about charging decisions and motive, is he's yelling "Free Palestine" according to police, but our review of the tape is also, he says twice, he yells, "We have to end Zionists." So that goes directly to motive. The chief called it, it's a targeted attack of hate. The FBI director called it an act of terrorism. And the fact that we see him at the scene, remaining on the scene. He didn't attempt to flee. Nobody seems to be holding him back. Now, bear in mind, he's holding 2 different bottles of liquid with red rags coming out of them that could be other incendiary devices, but he remained on the scene. He did not resist when police took him down and handcuffed him. Very much like what we saw at the Jewish Museum in Washington just several days ago in an attack involving a gunman, whereas we're seeing what appears to be people answering the call from multiple platforms from foreign terrorist organizations, calling on people to act alone on U.S. soil against public events with rudimentary tools. And we're seeing them remain on the scene apparently to underscore that message and that motive.
So, Andrew McCabe, how do you go about an investigation like this? What are the key parts of it? And to that point that John Miller was just bringing up, these people being urged by organizations around the world to act on U.S. soil, how do you fight that?
Yeah, John, so what the investigators are doing right now is very similar work to the things we discussed in the aftermath of the shooting here in D.C. at the Jewish Museum. They, as we know, executed a search warrant at this person's residence last night, and that's an effort to collect all of the devices.
Dude, post 9/11, we're back. Post 9/11, war on terror meta, Islamophobia, oof, it is going to be so back. We need more surveillance. We got Palantir already fucking clocking every single piece of information about every single American. The surveillance state is about to go extra nutty. Now, obviously, we already have the Patriot Act. We already had the great expansion of the surveillance apparatus justified by 9/11. It is going to be, oof, like, I don't think that if there are members within mainstream media that look at the situation and think to themselves like what the repercussions might look like, they are not pushing for that at all. Like, they are not pushing for restraint. A similar thing happened already when this kind of random acts of violence was not taking place. As a matter of fact, hate crimes were taking place against people who were pro-Palestinian under the Biden administration, and they still actively kept repeating over and over again that peaceful non-violent protests on college campuses that were super buttoned up were all actually heinous anti-Semitic acts of violence, the violence that people were being subjected to, right? They lied about that over and over again, and it gave a massive opening for Donald Trump to abuse and clamp down on as many student protesters as possible and start doing this insane immigration enforcement scheme. And now liberals are either quiet about it, supportive of it, like Deborah Lipstadt, Biden's anti-Semitism envoy, okay? People like that are basically supportive of this kind of thing. And then there are some liberals who go, oh, maybe we're going a bridge too far here. Lightly criticizing the Trump administration's actions. But when moments like this take place, when things like this happen, the media once again kicks into high gear, and loses their mind on this. Like, oh, well, we have to be like, when you got liberal outlets turning around and basically saying like, we got to be more careful about who we let into the country. It's like, it's over. It's over. You are completely captive to the fascist administrative apparatus. You are doing their bidding. You are not thinking about liberalism, defending free speech, defending anything. You are allowing the Trump administration and the wave of hate that will come after this to take place. This is fucking terrifying. Acts of violence such as this one are completely unacceptable. Okay? But the way to cover this is to single out this act of violence, say it's abhorrent, say it's unacceptable, instead of just like washing an entire movement with the same fucking brush of violence to make it seem as though anyone that says free Palestine on a college campus is basically trying to light Jewish Holocaust survivors on fire that are 87 years old. Like, that's psychotic. Meanwhile, while this is happening, simultaneously, Marco Rubio is talking about individuals who criticize Israel will be denied entry visas into the United States.
We'll stand with the Jewish people. We have implemented a vigorous new...
This is fake. This is a fake video. I lied. Apparently it's AI. No, I don't care about this video, but this is, first of all, fuck this video. Except the processing of people who are criticize Israel is real. That part is not fake. Hassan, you were duped? No, I just clicked on a video. I don't know if it's fucking real or not. But the part that is real is they are looking at people's social medias, okay? That video, it might be AI. I don't give a shit. Someone fucking sent it to me. But the part that is real screening against criticisms of Israel is real. And it's been around for a minute. Fuck the AI video. This is real. They've been saying this. They have been. Part of this is the fact that they stopped the appointments and are now extending extending the process of vetting to social media, where they are going to look through people's social media profiles before giving them giving them visa access into the country. And they are looking for any kind of fucking criticism of Israel on your social media activity. It is insane. This is directly a violation of the First Amendment. This is real. This part is real. I've covered it on this broadcast. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has instructed U.S. diplomats to scrutinize visa applicants' social media for criticism of the U.S. and Israel. The New York Times reports. Yeah, this is all the way back in fucking April. That part is not fake. That part is real.
We are holding international organizations and nations accountable for rhetoric against Israel that resurfaces in the manifesto of monsters, like Iran and Sarah's killer. But we do see an eventual light at the end of this long tunnel of suffering.
This does sound like AI, by the way. This does unironically sound like AI. Like it has the markings of a fucking AI video. Like, it sounds, when like the robotic AI speech pattern, it has the robotic AI speech pattern. It also has the tint, like what is it called? It's not the dead eyes and the weird mouth movements. He is already, that's just him. He's a soulless monster. But yeah, there is a specific like tinny sound to AI audio, to AI audio. Like, it sounds like it's coming out of a tin can almost. That's why people are saying is AI potentially.
One can imagine a Middle East in which the Abraham Accords eventually reign. So thank you for the opportunity to address.
Yeah, this does look like this straight up looks AI. I don't know if it is. I mean, it's the fucking New York Post. They could very easily be duped, but it does feel like AI. Anyway, the video being AI doesn't change the reality that like they have unironically
want to begin.
Yeah, special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism officially posted this, so it's probably AI or not. This is literally something that the administration is fucking saying. Okay. You are 6 months behind. Street interview VO6. Nope. You can't tell Neo Lud. Look up VO3 prompt theory. Dude, I know. We watched all of that. I talked about it already. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, you're so fucking brilliant, dude. I can't believe prompt theory.
I want to begin by thanking Foreign Minister Saar for this kind invitation, and I regret that I cannot be with you all in person.
He literally, dude, this, oh my God, this unironically sounds like fucking AI. It's crazy. Again, this is the official account of the federal government. This is from the official account of the Office of the Special Envoy to Monitor and Combat Anti-Semitism in the United States. This is a part of the Department of State. And it literally sounds like AI, okay? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind a little bit. Oh God, my job has gotten infinitely harder. If my goal is to go through misinformation and try to correct the record in instances of, in like random instances of violence or whatever the fucking government is doing, welcome to the fucking new world where half of the stuff that we're going to see, even coming from real outlets like this, could potentially be AI made, but official. I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm going insane. Oh.
Golda Meir once said, it took Moses 40 years to find the only place in the Middle East with no oil. But Israel's wealth lay not under the ground, but in its people. The Jewish people, exiles, pilgrims, and dreamers from around the world who made the desert bloom into a high-tech superpower. Israel accomplished this miracle not by abandoning its history and identity, but by embracing.
I'm going to literally, I'm going to put you on a spaceship. If you fucking bring up Mountain Head one more time, I'm putting you on a rocket ship to Mountain Head. Okay, one-way ticket. Why are you playing a fake video, man? Dog. Listen to me very carefully, okay? This is a video that the Special Envoy to Monitor and Combat Anti-Semitism, which is an official State Department organization, okay? An official State Department organization posted. It sounds like AI. It could be AI, but it is official, okay? As in, you have to treat this as though Marco Rubio said these words. Marco Rubio has already said similar words a million times over. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. My dad is watching some shit about AI in the background as well. What about this video seems fake? It's the tinny audio and the robotic sounds and the robotic movement that has like a AI. It's similar to how you hear like AI speech.
Sadly, some of Israel's neighbors have failed to appreciate how following Israel's example could have brought prosperity to the region. Instead, they chose war. They decided to impoverish their people in a futile effort to destroy Israel. They succeeded in the former, while failing in the latter. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest bigotry, and given that we are all here today, it is also the world's most futile. Egyptian pharaohs, Roman emperors, Persian shahs, and Middle Eastern despots have sought to destroy the nation of Israel.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Dude, we are literally looking at Israel's fascist policies and going, please, can we have that here? We want to have that here. It's actually incredible what they've done. We should do it here. This is fucking insane. What is Kaya? Place. This does not look or sound like AI. It's a recording of him joining over Zoom. That's why it sounds like that. Our brains are all broken. This is just a real video. It does not look or sound like AI. AI is not that good yet. Yeah, anyway. While we were in the process of like trying to figure out whether this is fucking AI or not, regardless, this is a real thing that the administration is doing. Whether or not it's the video is AI or not, it's probably real, and it doesn't matter. It's yes, as some chatters pointed out, it's most likely because it's a Zoom recording. That's why the audio sounds like that, or maybe it's written by AI. That could also be a part of it. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay, what matters is what the administration is going to do in the aftermath of events like this. And I fear that they are going to actively suppress any kind of like an pro-Palestine speech. And the fact that the administration is basically saying like, we need to do what Israel is doing. We need to do what Israel is doing. Israel's doing a great job. We got to do exactly what they're doing. Should be terrifying for Americans. Okay. Israel has incredible censorship, even for the Israeli population. Okay? They have a military censor. They do not have free speech in Israel. America has free speech. So seeing so many of these like supposedly right-wing pro-free speech accounts unironically lap up whatever the fuck the ADL is saying in an effort to get the government to go after people that they don't like, content creators that they don't like, simply because it's a position that I have taken is insane, okay? Holy moly, this is terrifying.
And things he might have in his house that indicate who he's been in contact with, what he's been looking at on the internet, what he's been writing, things that he's been searching in his online search history. It uncovers both his motive and it gives investigators a view into his network of contacts, because what they're looking for right now is exactly what you just suggested, to see if anyone helped him plan this event, helped him train for it, helped him acquire the materials that he needed to pull, or was he simply inspired by events he saw and was, harboring grievances about things that he saw online and that were happening overseas in Gaza and other places. This is going to help investigators understand whether or not he had co-conspirators who might also have culpability in this attack, or if he simply acted alone, lone offender, driven by grievance and, kind of went down this path towards extremism by himself. So a lot of very important questions for them to uncover in the next few days and hours, really. And we know that they're well on their way to doing that with that search warrant.
And John, we use the term lone actor. In your experience, and you both have, unfortunately, a lot of experience, fortunately for us, because we get to lean on your expertise, unfortunately, because these things have happened before.
I bet the CIA is radicalizing and pushing these guys online. I don't think they need the CIA to get radicalized online. We have no support network for the average person, okay? And an unlimited amount of access to weapons, an incredible predisposition towards doing violent things in general. America's a powder keg. I say this all the fucking time. There's also a backdrop of a live streamed child Holocaust that's taking place on top of everything else.
When we talk about someone acting alone, how alone? I mean, completely alone, no contact with anyone else, or how often do you start to see some tentacle spreading?
Anything is in the range of possibility, including that a handler from a foreign terrorist organization or someone else directed him, told him what to do and how to do it. But what we're seeing pretty consistently is the opposite of that, which is people are going online, they are taking in the propaganda, they are considering the calls to violence, and they are going to public events, the Jewish Museum attack. They are picking specific targets. There's a person who is believed to be mentally unstable with a history of drug addiction who jumped over the fence with Molotov cocktails, set the Pennsylvania governor's house on fire after Passover dinner. So we're seeing these repeated incidents of individuals who are working with low-cost firearms, edged weapons, Molotov cocktails, low-tech, not putting together a complicated IED, high impact, in that these rudimentary attacks garner a lot of attention.
And the targets, Andy, I mean...
Yeah, look. The U.S. ambassador to Israel would like to state for the record that journalists correctly reporting on well-documented Israeli massacres in Gaza are causing terrorist attacks. Reckless and irresponsible reporting by major U.S. news outlets are contributing to the anti-Semitic climate that has resulted in the murder of 2 young people at an Israeli embassy event in Washington last month and the attempted murder and terror attack on a group of pro-Israel demonstrators in Colorado Sunday. Without verification of any source other than Hamas and its collaborators, the New York Times, CNN, and Associated Press reported that a number of people seeking to receive humanitarian food box from the Gaza Humanitarian Fund were shot or killed by the Israeli Defense Forces. These reports were false. Drone video and first-hand accounts clearly showed that there were no injuries, no fatalities, no shooting, no chaos. It is Hamas that continues to terrorize and intimidate those who seek food aid. The only source for these misleading, exaggerated, and utterly fabricated stories came from Hamas sources, which are designed to fan the flames of anti-Semitic hate that is arguably contributing to violence against Jews in the United States. Media sources who willingly parrot these libelous allegations should recant their fake news stories, apologize, and pledge to practice actual reporting. Say 10 Am Israel highs for you, okay? Here is Yona Lieberman from If Not Now. that presents a great point. The news cycle underway will include countless people talking about how the attack in Boulder came only 10 days after the attack in DC. In that time, Israel's killed 700 plus people in Gaza. The horrors in Gaza do not justify violence here, but that fact should be known. Debunking live stream event and trying to lie about it to people is so pointless. Who do they think they are talking to? It's so incredible that this is the quiet part being said out loud. There is a reason why Israeli envoys, ambassadors to Israel, and numerous Israeli politicians in the aftermath of violence like this will quickly turn around and say, you know who bears the responsibility here? People who are correctly pointing out Israel's violent actions, because they are the ones who are radicalizing people. Okay? That's an insane statement to make. Like, it's not just people like myself, right? Obviously, the ADL has directed the crosshairs, directed the attention at me specifically, okay? Because right after the Israeli embassy staffer shooting and right after this, Jonathan Greenblatt goes on television and immediately goes, this is Hassan's fault, which is psychotic. Okay? Jonathan Greenblatt has played a larger role in the dangerous conflation of Jews and Israel, more so than anyone else. I work to try every single day to decouple Judaism and Zionism from one another when Jonathan Greenblatt and many others are actively trying. You don't understand. This is the truth. It is what it is. Israel is doing this for Jewish people. It's horrifying. Here it is.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hassan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate on YouTube and TikTok like Guy Christensen, or like, these speakers at these graduations. It just happened.
Yeah, see? All of his smoke is for like speakers at graduations, like people that say Israel's doing a genocide, which is correct. Israel is doing a genocide. Like people like myself who correctly say Israel's an apartheid state doing a genocide. People that are speaking at graduation correctly pointing out that Israel's doing a genocide. These are the people who are radicalizing people. It's like, no, dude, it's the fucking fact that Israel's doing a genocide that is radicalizing people. Okay? That's insane. Like, the argument that a lot of these guys are trying to present here basically is that Israel should be able to do a genocide and you shouldn't actually call it out, because if you call it out, then you're radicalizing people against Israel. You're radicalizing people to doing violence. That's an insane fucking statement. Do you not care about the violence that Israel is subjecting the Palestinian people to? Obviously, Jonathan doesn't give a shit. His stated purpose, his singular goal is basically to, do propaganda at the behest of Israel.
The other day at MIT, spreading blood libels about the Jewish people or the Jewish state, it creates the conditions in which this kind of act is happening with increasing frequency. We've got to stop it once and for all. I hope the Trump administration will do just that.
Well, the fact...
And what I really...
Yes, for the record, yes. It's not just me. It is the United Nations that's also contributing to the radicalization. People obviously try to hone in and laser focus on their fucking assessments here. They try to hone in. They try to hone in and laser focus on targets that are priority targets for them. But yes, just like this U.S. ambassador to Israel is claiming here, okay, Michael Fuckabee, it's all the journalists. When Israel actually ends up killing hundreds of Palestinians, overwhelming majority women and children and the elderly, and the media reports on it as Israel has done this, all of a sudden, this is blood libel. All of a sudden, you're like, whoa, what are you doing? You're bringing attention, negative attention to the state of Israel. It's just, fuck, man. It's so messed up. It's so busted. You are a very easy target. I don't think I'm a very easy target. I'm just someone who he can singularly focus on to actively pressure. And try to get banned. And it's because I'm one of the biggest targets. That's it. I'm one of the loudest voices with a major platform. Obviously, yeah, getting banned off Twitch is the least of my worries, but Just a few short months ago, it was blood libel to say Israel deliberately struck aid trucks and targeted relief workers. If they hit this flotilla like they've done before, you'll have about a day of acknowledging reality before it goes back under the blood libel tab. Yep. Like it literally, they already struck many aid workers. They already struck many aid workers. They've killed hundreds of aid workers. They've killed hundreds of journalists in Palestine. And I don't think these guys understand, or they do understand. They're just like actively trying to avoid the truth and the responsibility that is in the hands of Israel. And actually those who keep consistently saying that Israel is doing this for Jewish people. If you criticize this, you hate Jewish people. Actively pairing Judaism with Israel's actions is unimaginably damaging. It is as if CARE and every single like Muslim advocacy group was running around constantly saying ISIS represents Islam. It represents true Islam. If you criticize ISIS, you are Islamophobic. Okay? Ironically enough, that negative association with Islam was made by not Muslims, but actually those who wanted to damage Muslims living in the West. But this time around, it is being used, this conflation, this dangerous conflation between Judaism and Israel is being used and weaponized by those in positions of power, positions of prominence. It is so incredibly fucking frustrating to see unfold in broad daylight, right in front of our eyes. Oh, it's not commentary on Israel's action, but the actions of Israel itself that's radicalizing people. The logical endpoint is banning non-state sanctioned journalism on Gaza, similar to the military censorship in Israel. I know. That is not just the logical endpoint. That is the goal. That is the stated goal. That's what it is. That's the issue. Everyone is lying. Like, this is what the pro-Israeli position has become. Everyone is lying about Israel except for work with the Israeli state, okay? Every single person. They say that the BBC is lying. They say the New York Times is lying, even though their coverage on Israel is entirely slanted in favor of Israel, constantly contextualizing the violence that Israel subjects the Palestinians to. Israel flunkies are so far gone that they genuinely believe the entire world is lying, and only repeatedly discredited Israeli propagandists can be trusted as far as they are concerned, says Moin Rabbani. Literally everyone is lying. The eyewitnesses, the wounded, the relatives of the dead, the medics who treated them, the reporters who collected and record evidence, the journalists and editors who verify the facts, the officials who make statements about these reports, the psychotic lunatics genuinely believe it is they who are the victims of a global conspiracy so vast that they are alone are not a part of it. Most bizarrely of all, these flunkies are absolutely convinced that if they collectively chant blood libel often and loudly enough, reality will simply disappear. The members of the genocidal cult didn't drink the Kool-Aid, they never needed any. Yeah, I am reminded of what Yair Lapid said once. Objective reporting serves Hamas. It was an accident, but it was a truthful moment.
Soft targets. I mean, you're talking about a mixer in Washington, D.C. You're talking about effectively a peace march in Boulder with elderly marchers, including potentially a Holocaust survivor there. If you were still the FBI, what would your outreach be to Jewish organizations around the country engaged in, honestly, everyday life?
John, this is the dilemma that's confronted the Jewish community for years, and it is getting markedly worse. The ADL clocked over 9,000 anti-Semitic
like they're packaging this with like ADL's ridiculous new metrics for anti-Semitic incidents, which by ADL's own admission is literally instances of real anti-Semitism, and then also instances of people saying free Palestine. Okay, from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free. Like that is considered an anti-Semitic incident. It's ridiculous. The premier institution that is designated, that is tasked with combating anti-Semitism, is doing this conflation itself. Americans ultimately are selfish people. Okay? They're ultimately selfish people. If they see the ADL's actions as taking away their rights while simultaneously packaged as like protecting Israel's feelings, and also claiming that this is being done for Jewish people, they will negatively polarize against not only Israel, but also Jewish people. Okay? This is how anti-Semitism festers.
Incidents last year, which was up 5% from 2023. The Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism
You have to say Israel is awesome and good. Otherwise, anything short of saying Israel is great means that you want Jews to be burned alive is a psychotic statement. And I'm repeating myself over and over again. This is not about, for some people that are in media, there are always agents of propaganda that infiltrate these protest movements and engage in incredibly violent acts. Okay, one of the greatest examples of this was the Jiffy Lube that burned down in one of the first ever Black Lives Matter protests. The person who did that was a white supremacist. Okay, an agent provocateur, a white supremacist that looked like a cop that they identified him, but they never actually caught him, if I remember. Or it's not Jiffy Lube, sorry, AutoZone. It was the AutoZone. It was the umbrella guy, you remember? At the time I covered it and I said, this looks very suspicious. This looks like a person who is there as an agent provocateur, explaining what agent provocateurs are. One of the biggest problems and divisive tenets of being pro-Palestine versus pro-Israel is that the axes like these are used to cement both sides, and in a weird way they can be twisted in both of those ways. More anti-Semitic equals pro-Israel people will even be more sure in the need of a Jewish state, and will also compel pro-Palestine people to be even more sure that Israel's actions contribute to more anti-Semitism globally. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this extensively as well, obviously. Like, Israeli officials don't care about anti-Semitism. They actually like when anti-Semitism happens in the West. That is the reason why they have no issue collaborating with like active anti-Semitic politicians, because if anti-Semitism increases in the West, Jews in diaspora will feel more terrified and will want to work with Israel and defend Israel and actively keep sending support to Israel, even if they don't live in Israel. And the best possible outcome, obviously, would be for people to flee the West, Jews to flee the West and go to Israel directly and live there. But if they won't do that, then they will at least defend Israel. Anyway, umbrella guy was a St. Paul police officer. The AutoZone was across the street from where I worked, which also burned down, lol. No, the umbrella guy was a police officer. The other guy was a white supremacist, I think. I'm pretty sure there was a white supremacist dude that like threw the first brick through the AutoZone. Ultimately, none of this changes the dynamic on the ground for Palestinians. There's still a genocide going on, okay? The focus on issues like this obviously are as a direct consequence of people that caring more about what happens in their own backyard and the fears that they have. This leans perfectly into said fears that people have about like the crazy, scary Muslims doing in the middle of Aurora, Colorado. Like that's all of a sudden. That's in your backyard. You care more about that, obviously, than you do about whatever's going on over there in Gaza, right? The other secondary consequence, of course, is to hit the Israel is under attack. Israel and Israel defenders are under attack, and in this circumstance, it is valid as far as you know, a bunch of people that were victimized unjustly by some insane person. And ultimately, all that does is move the attention away from, move the attention away and the focus away from Israel's actions. Alonzo responds to Eyal, who said, you know what we never see? Pro-Israelis violently attacking Palestinians in the United States. I keep hearing Zionists are violent, yet only one side continuously perpetrates heinous acts, which of course is obviously an incredibly stupid thing to say. U.S. woman indicted for attempt to drown 3-year-old Palestinian American girl, stabbed 26 times, a 6-year-old Palestinian child killed, and his mother injured in a hate crime. After chemical attack on pro-Palestine students, Colombia won't back down. Colombia protected the person who actually pepper sprayed or the pro-Palestinian students in Columbia campus. Obviously, there's the Palestinian student that was shot in Vermont and is paralyzed from the chest down. All of those instances. Also, the encampments that Zionists attacked in UCLA. That was another crazy instance. There's the guy in Miami who shot the 2 Israelis who he thought were Palestinian. I don't think y'all is this ignorant, says Alonzo. I do think he's malicious and could not care less about the 6-year-old Palestinian kid stabbed to death, or even the 2 Jewish guys assassinated. Not assassinated, but attempted. An attempted assassination of 2 Israeli Jews because the other American Florida Jewish guy thought that they were fucking Palestinian. Ironically enough, the Israeli Jews also thought the person who was shooting at them was also Palestinian. That story did not even make a blip in the fucking media cycle because it could not be used. And the only reason why there was any coverage whatsoever is because initially they thought it was a hate crime. So they covered it, and then they very quickly found out that both the perpetrator and the victims were Jewish. Another instance that perfectly proves the point that if you are pro-Palestine in any capacity, you are unimportant and you will never be covered is if there is an Israeli Jewish person that goes into a pro-Palestinian protest and gets beaten up. An Israeli Jewish woman with an Israeli passport that goes into a pro-Palestinian protest and gets beaten up, beaten and bloodied, okay? People are like throwing bricks at her. These pro-Palestinian protesters throwing bricks at her. That dominates discourse. This is a heinous act of violence. Except that did happen. But it wasn't actually an Israeli Jewish woman going to a pro-Palestinian protest. It was an Israeli Jewish woman that was an anti-Zionist that went to Itamar Ben-Gvir's speaking engagement and protested said speaking engagement and was brutalized by Orthodox Jews in America who were Itamar Ben-Gvir fans. That is the reason why you never actually heard about this story at all. This happened in New York City. So even if you are an Israeli passport holding dual citizen who is both Israeli and American, and you go and you protest a fascist speaking engagement on U.S. soil, and the people that are there, the little fascist supporters are there beating the shit out of you, it doesn't actually turn into a story that drives the media discourse. Yeah, they threw a rock at her head. The double standard is glaring. Anyway, none of this is going to stop me from saying what I believe, even if at times you don't agree with what I'm saying. Maybe you have fucking more radical opinions than myself or whatever. I don't give a shit, okay?
Suspect said not only free Palestine yesterday, but he said in Israel. I mean, the state charges are one thing, but federal terrorism charges are probably going to happen as well. Meanwhile, you have CNN saying, you had some of their analysts and then Andrew McCabe getting on air as this is happening saying, why is the FBI saying there are terrorism charges here? Why are they saying it's an act of terror? Well, the guy clearly said that he was targeting a certain group. He wanted to end the Jewish state. This is why they are saying, not only did the FBI say this, but the AG has said this, the governor has said it as well. And many people are wondering, when are we going to put an end to this? The same thing that he's saying, people are saying out on the streets, on college campuses, every single day.
Yeah, the Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, says this is not a political protester. This is a terrorist. You had one witness, Alex Osante. He was eating lunch inside and he heard the screams outside, so he went out to help the victims. He said the attacker was vicious and aggressive with his Molotov cocktail weapons, but it seemed like a couple of others were actually on his side, arguing for him, which didn't make sense. Hats off to the officers who made it there quickly so that they could arrest him. Dan Bongino, the FBI number 2 there, said the leadership team is there on the ground with the FBI. The National Counterterrorism Center is there, according to Tulsi Gabbard, and local law enforcement is also investigating.
But here's the thing. Here illegally. Asked for asylum during the Biden years. They said no, but he kicked it out. Then somehow he gets a work visa to stay. Does anyone interview these people?
But Brian, it expired in March.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't be here.
Shouldn't have been extended to begin with. This is why Tom Homan and what the military is doing at the border and our great border patrol is doing matters as much too. We got to get these people who are breaking our laws. Stop telling me they belong in the community. and they're one of us. They go to the blue states, the blue cities, where they can thrive, and in this case, attack.
Not just that, Brian, what Marco Rubio is doing with the visas as well at the State Department. If you don't love this country, if you're going to cause harm to people in this country, you got to go.
Yeah.
Let's bring in former Deputy Envoy Combat and Anti-Semitism, Eli Kohanim, onto the program. Eli, we want to get your general reactions to what's happening here, but a few questions about what's happening when it comes to the protest there. They're saying from the river to the sea. They're saying a global intifada, and they're saying free Palestine. What does that mean? Because these same people that are committing these acts of terrorism are saying those same chants.
Lawrence, that's an excellent question, and I think that this latest heinous terror attack against Jewish Americans by this foreign national who burned Jews alive yesterday has to be a wake-up call for every American. I call upon all Americans to now stand up with your Jewish neighbors and friends and say enough is enough. We need to face the facts that this so-called Free Palestine movement is in fact a pro-terror movement, and we need to draw the line in the sand. There can be no longer any tolerance for this movement.
Yeah, okay, sure. Like, what an insane fucking statement, dude. Yeah. Nope, no more. Please, you have to stop. You have to stop allowing people from saying free Palestine or that like Israel is doing a genocide. You know what I mean? You have to. You have to say Israel is awesome and good. Otherwise, anything short of saying Israel is great means that you want Jews to be burned alive is a psychotic fucking statement. And I'm repeating myself over and over again. This is not about, for some people that are in media, sure, they think this is a great way to defend Jewish people, right? For many, it's about defending the state of Israel. But for the administration, this has nothing to do with defending Israel and nothing to do with, even less to do with defending Jews. And everything to do with eroding the First Amendment, shredding free speech, eroding it by continuing along the same state trajectory that accelerated state surveillance in the aftermath of 9/11. Okay? This is precisely what's going on. And so many people do not understand how dangerous this is. If you think even for a fucking moment that Trump cares about Jewish people, you are the biggest delusional asshole on the fucking planet. Okay? Trump does not give a singular solitary shit about Jewish people. He does not care. There are an endless amount of pro-Israeli groups that have masqueraded as Jewish advocacy groups that has basically masqueraded as Jewish advocacy groups that actively have a lot of speaking space and a lot of influence in liberal circles, both in mainstream media and in liberal circles in general. Trump recognizes, or at least Trump's advisors recognize, the influence and power that these groups have. Their goal is to undermine the First Amendment. Their goal is to undermine free speech. And that is the reason why they're doing this by the point of immigrant enforcement first and foremost, because they think this is the most successful, the easiest route into undermining First Amendment protection. And they're using the existing network of influence of Jewish advocacy groups that are actually Israel advocacy groups to do this, to move alongside the guidelines that Project Esther outlined. Okay, that's it.
Which has left two Jews dead 10 days, and now again a Jew, a Holocaust.
What is this? This isn't a dishonest representation of the view of the Western Jewish diaspora. Many do think Free Palestine represents the same danger of a mentally unwell man with a flamethrower. The ADL reflects faithfully the opinion of large amounts of the diaspora, and it's incredibly dangerous to ignore this. Oh, dude. First of all, even that is not completely correct. And even if it was, it still doesn't change the reality. Who gives a fuck? Not only are you not correct, but also, even if you were, who gives a fuck? Like, what do you mean? If 100% of Jews in diaspora felt this way, which obviously is not the fucking case, Okay. That doesn't change the dynamic at all. What do you mean it's dangerous to fucking ignore this? Why? People who are quick to say, oh, you're doing Jewish exceptionalism will unironically do that themselves. Okay? Like that wouldn't all of a sudden make it the truth. You know what I mean? Also, Jews in diaspora is a statement that I find frustrating, even though I sometimes accidentally apply it as well. These are not Jews in diaspora. These are American Jews. Okay? What the fuck? They're not living in diaspora, even though the Jewish nation state is Israel and they should be in Israel. Like, no, these are dudes who have been living here for fucking hundreds of years, or families that have been living here for hundreds of fucking years. They're just as American as every single person. It's not like they were born in fucking, all Jews are born in Israel. Then they just like come to the United States of America. What the fuck are we talking about? They're Americans. And ultimately, it still has nothing to do with Judaism. It is a weaponization. It is reactionary thought, Islamophobia, and a fuck ton of social conditioning that comes from Zionist groups early on. And in spite of that, this generation of Jews, like young Jews in America, have similar opinions to the other non-Jewish groups in the country. This is a generational divide.
A survivor is burned alive on American soil. This is just not America. This is not our values. And to that point, you know, as you just mentioned, Mohammed Salman, the perpetrator, is an Egyptian national. He was let into our country by the Biden administration. And so the Biden administration's failed immigration policies are not victimless. In this case, it is Jewish Americans who are the victims. But let me remind everything, the hatred that starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews. And so truly all Americans are potential victims for these failed immigration policies.
Ellie, I've interviewed the lawyers for the hostage families. They have got...
It's so funny that a chatter said Nazis love you now. America First Post News. This is a Nazi outlet. America First Post News. Okay, post, after ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt called for his deplatforming, Hassan Piker has been suspended from Twitch. And half of these motherfuckers are literally saying, like, these guys are anti-Semitic. Okay? Obviously. They're insanely anti-Semitic. They're fucking Nazis. And they're celebrating the ADL in the most anti-Semitic ways possible. I wonder why. I wonder why the fucking neo-Nazi followers here are going rare... I guess like this is they're saying like rare Jew win or something, like Juicebox knows. I assume he's just saying Jews. They're literally siding with the fucking ADL. Okay, do you understand? Yeah, W. Like, think about that, dude. And IG just allows this. Of course, IG allows this. Oh,
got a direct line between Iran, the Hamas, and these college kids on campus who are a lot of times in their late 20s and 30s. Like Mahmoud Khalil is 30 and graduated from graduate school. They don't belong here. What are you doing? Number two is this has got to be unwound. We can't just say, oh, this crazy guy came to New York, did something, came to D.C. or blew up Josh Shapiro's house.
I'm anti-Semitic, but I hate terrorists more. Release the hostages and surrender. If that pissant Hassan says free Palestine one more time on stream, he should be jailed. Wait, lol, why is a fascist anti-Semite like yourself so invested in censoring pro-Palestine speech? Interesting. Dude, I see this all the time on Twitter, man. These people literally hate Jews. Okay, they are neo-Nazis, but they hate me more, surprisingly enough. Actually, not surprisingly, unsurprisingly. You want to know why? Because I'm not fucking anti-Semitic. If I was, they would love me. I'm catching it from fucking both ends here. Groups that are supposed to be tasked with combating anti-Semitism coming out and fucking actively calling for my deplatforming, and the neo-Nazis that otherwise hate Jews aligning with the fucking ADL. Yo, Hassan, do you think do you think Ye will ever go back to normal? I don't know. Oh. Zaid Jelani says the Hosmer obsession with protesters is odd to me because I think 0% of change in American public opinion about Israel has to do with the protest. Basically, Americans are watching Israeli ministers say they want to destroy Gaza and starve Palestinians and then do it. If Hosmer could figure out a way to repeal the First Amendment and then ban all Israeli speech on American internet, that might do it. Short of that, I don't think any level of censorship will reverse this trend. The number one thing Israelis could do to improve the image of Israelis is to change Israeli conduct. Actually, the number 1 to number 100 things, because nothing else will make any difference whatsoever. This is also correct. Like, this is it. I don't think people who are pro-Israel understand that. Like, they just don't. They don't understand it at all. They don't give a shit. They're like, shut the fuck up. It's so arrogant, too. It's so unimaginably entitled. It's so unimaginably arrogant. It's so ridiculous, where it's just like, no, we get to say babies are my enemy, and then we get to kill babies. And then in the Western world, if you cover that and you go, this is insane. If you cover that and you go, this is a fucking insane thing to say. This is Hitlerian. All of a sudden, you're the number one anti-Semite and you need to be silenced. It's like, bro, what are you doing? We are completely just... Liberal media is completely dropping the ball on this too. Like, their coverage on this stuff is so ass. Like, look at this, dude. Look at this shit. Lindsey Graham, I hope Greta and her friends can swim. Greta Thunberg set sail with Gaza flotilla that aims to break the Israeli naval blockade to offer aid to the starving Palestinians. Israel shot the last ship off the coast of Malta, thousands of miles away from the Israeli coastline. It didn't even make a blip in mainstream media. They shot the last flotilla ship off of the coast of Malta. Okay? And now you have American politicians saying, I hope Israel shoots your fucking ship and you drown in the water. This is not the first time that Israel's done this. There was another humanitarian aid flotilla, Mavi Marmara, that was trying to bring in aid to the Palestinians all the way back in, I believe, like 2013 or 2014. Israel shot that one, shot that ship, that humanitarian aid ship, and then killed a bunch of people in it. Killed a bunch of humanitarian activists in the ship. 2011, 2010? No, it wasn't 10 years ago. Mavi Marmara was before then.
And then just burn somebody alive in Boulder, Colorado. These are just crazy people. There is direct links. That's right. And we're good at doing that. Ever since Al-Qaeda and 9/11, we pulled back on that. We got to get back to that right now and start identifying the direct line to Gaza and Iran.
Exactly right, Brian. And look, this is part of what the Trump administration is doing in the short time that President Trump and the admin is now back in office. So what you're pointing to, Brian, is indeed the links between what's happening here on U.S. soil and foreign countries like the Islamic Republic of Iran. Look, under Biden...
Dude, is so wild. We need to bring back Islamophobia. Like, as though it went away, you know. We've been too quiet about these fucking Muslims in our ranks. We got to bring it back in a big way. Incredible stuff. Oh my Lord.
And the DNI at that time Avril Lavigne came on the air and said that Iran was in fact funding some of the pro-terror, pro-Hamas movement on our campuses, and that perhaps unbeknownst to our American students, they were actually in touch with Iranian agents. So yes, this is absolutely correct that we've got foreign countries that are funding, perhaps organizing some of this activity.
They told the hostages that.
Yes.
They told them that in the tunnels.
That's right.
While they're being held, he says, we have links and we have supporters in American.
This, by the way, was one of the most insane lawsuits that were launched by some of the Israeli hostages that were freed that work with like all these apartheid defense league style Israel advocacy groups. It is so nutty to me that is unironically something that these guys are openly entertaining, and no one turns around and makes fun of them. You know, no one turns around and goes, this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Yeah, here is Tim Barker, who's an OSINT guy, who's a good OSINT guy. He said, I went back and looked up Hassan the Hun's initial response to 10-7. His statement is one that any decent person could easily co-sign. I am not going to be one of those people that says like, oh, they're settlers. They deserve the violence. They deserve getting shot in the street. No, nobody deserves that, Piker said of the Israeli victims before speaking at length about what he described as the inevitability of Hamas's October 7 attack, blaming it on Israel's treatment of Palestinians in Gaza. This has been my fucking statement. It is objectively a correct statement. Oh, the idea that like there are people who are entertaining the notion that like Hamas is actually funding the protests or has like a direct line of communication with the fucking American college campus protesters is one of the most insane things I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. That was from the Jewish Insider article, by the way, that was calling me anti-Semitic. Despite Hassan's well-documented record of anti-Semitic hate, prominent journalists and liberal podcasts have frequented his online show. Oy, oy, oy. Piker problems. From Gabby Deutsch from December 4th. She also recently had this to say. Hassan Piker is now saying the quiet part out loud, that Hamas is good, actually. This streamer has 2.9 million followers on Twitch and major profiles on New York Times, CNN, NBC, Vox, Rolling Stone, et al. All seeking his wisdom on how DEM should reach young people. Is this how? I said, there's no comparison between Israel and Hamas. One is a militant resistance comprised of orphan soldiers born into a 77-year occupation. The other is an ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state with nukes doing a genocide backed by the USA. What did I say here that is wrong? First of all, this is just a factual statement. If you consider this factual statement to mean to imply that Hamas is good, then that's on you. You don't like the truth. This is the objective truth. It just doesn't look good for Israel. And that is precisely the reason why you're making a big fuss about it. That's it. This is at the heart of all of the, oh, this guy is terrorist. This guy is pro-terrorism. This is where all of the argument ends and begins. Okay? That's all this is. Some examples, they aren't hard to find. Here's USA Today columnist opting not to consider concerns about anti-Semitism from Piker. Nothing to see here, basically. And if there is, he wouldn't have tens of thousands of people listening to him daily if his ideas weren't popular. Nothing to see here, basically. And if there is, he wouldn't have tens of thousands of people listening to him daily if his ideas weren't popular. He tweeted more about me than he tweeted about his own district, Piker said, noting that Torres comes from the poorest congressional district in the nation. That's crazy. That's not normal. That isn't the only skirmish he's had with Democrats. In November 2024, Representative Richie Torres, D of New York, called on Twitch to investigate Piker for using anti-Semitic rhetoric. Piker said the reaction was unwarranted and in bad faith. He also gets a lot of heat from the right. Fox News aired a segment calling out his pro-Hamas radical anti-Semitic views, lamenting that he has any influence. Despite the people who perceive him as too extreme, it's clear he's doing something right. He wouldn't have tens of thousands of people listening to him daily if his ideas weren't popular. I think a lot of people, if they were truly invested in combating anti-Semitism, would recognize I am one of their greatest fucking allies. But they are so goddamn invested in defending Israel that they just can't comprehend that someone could hate Israel and not be anti-Semitic in the process. That's it. You just don't like that I'm correctly calling out Israel for being correctly saying that Israel is an apartheid state that is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's it. You don't like that. You don't fucking like that. It's annoying to keep tweeting about this, but when a person continuously named by serious people as someone who the Democratic Party should pay attention to now says Hamas are the good guys in the conflict, it matters. Oh, remember, I didn't even fucking say that. You did. Like, I am just as critical of Saudi Arabia as I am of Israel, okay? On numerous fronts. Nobody's going to fucking turn around and be like, Hassan is a dangerous Islamophobe for criticizing the Muslim nation of Saudi Arabia. That's where Mecca is. That's where Medina is. It is the most important nation for Islam. Nobody says that. And if someone were to say that, I would laugh at them, okay? It's so fucking stupid. Elise Stefanik, the loudest cheerleader for the ongoing mass murder of the Palestinian people, responded to the attack on Israel supporters in Boulder by calling for CARE, a Muslim civil rights group that defends Muslim Americans from discrimination and violence, to be designated as a terrorist organization.
つものラテはミルクと砂糖もね。ループさんって角張ってて一見とっつきにくそうだけど、みんなの好き嫌いをちゃんと覚えてるもんね。実はすっごく優しかったり。
ヤヌスクの一押し商業地区。流行、冒険、活気、その全てがここに。ルミナスクエア。 内なる声に応え、恐れず進む。心の向くまま。比類なきパワーで。嵐に立ち向かい、そして打ち勝つ。カームシティシリーズ。
Fantastic. Amazing. Everybody has their own pet project, their own personal project for like undermining and further shitting on Muslims. Ryan Grimm post, by the way, this is from the Guardian. 4 further school buildings have been marked as potential targets to be bombed by the IDF, according to the sources. The locations identified as potential targets include 4 schools: Halawa, Al-Rafai, Nusiba, and Halima Saadia. All 4 are in or near Jabalia in the north of Gaza. Insane. Insane. Speaking of insanity and people that are trying to fucking distance themselves now that they are no longer in power from all of the violence that unfolded, all of the violence that they defended, by the way, who should be charged as war criminals, Matt Miller. Matt Miller had the audacity to say, without a doubt, former Biden official says he believes Israel has committed war crimes in Gaza. I said, you directly helped cover for those war crimes so we could keep sending more munitions to do new crimes with.
What is a proportional response to what happened?
Finkelstein about to be like, Mr. Benny, I too do not entertain transgender ideology like Hamas. No identity politics, Mr. Benny. You are a fantastic moron. I love Norm Finkelstein so much. Oh God, he is what a incredible person, dude. Yes, All right, let's watch Benny Morris go toe-to-toe with the Norm Finkelstein.
Lives. Show me the gas chambers.
He spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist.
Fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza.
That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
We are looking at a live on 4K screens, and our politicians, our human rights organizations will help us.
It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And
I can't believe Pierce did not bring a sex pest to this conversation. This meeting of intellectual giants could only be made better if you were to bring in a guy who's going to summarize the most damning quotes from a Wikipedia article he read, okay?
That is something which is carried out systematically. That's not what...
Yeah, Benny Morris, by the way, even fucking Benny Morris, who is a horrible monster. But even he, if I'm not mistaken, as recently as like a couple of weeks ago, was like, we are in the beginning stages of maybe some taking place. So, you know. He is, after all, the guy who famously uncovered the planned campaign of the early Zionist brigades and then said it was awesome and good and it had to be done.
What is happening? They may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy. That's done by the generals and, unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally a corrupt and incompetent.
See? Even Benny's hitting the liberal Zionist exit ramp. Oh my God. Oh my God. Even if they're being genocidal in their statements, I mean, that's just, you know, it starts at 13. Okay, yeah. All right, let's get into it. Let's get right into it. Benny Morris and Norm.
The Wall, Professor Norman Finkelstein and Benny Morris, Israeli historian. Well, welcome to both of you. Benny Morris, my main question right now for Benjamin Netanyahu, I put it to him on X directly. And I said, if you're doing everything by the book and everything is justified and everything is legal and you're not committing any of these things, I simply asked him one simple question. If you're doing nothing wrong, let international journalists go in and see for themselves.
Pierce, are you Hamas? Why you not trust Israel? Why you no trust Israel? Journalist?
illegal and you're not committing any of these things, I simply asked him one simple question. If you're doing nothing, Benny Morris, my main question right now for Benjamin Netanyahu, I put it to him on X directly. And I said, if you're doing everything by the book and everything is justified and everything is legal and you're not committing any of these things, I simply asked him one simple question. If you're doing nothing wrong, let international journalists go in and see for themselves.
Piers, are you Hamas? Why you not trust Israel? Piers, are you Hamas? Why you not trust Israel? Why you no trust Israel? Journalist? More Hamas? Is that what you want? More Hamas? Anti-Semitism.
And I think it is completely shameful that the Israeli government continues to stop international journalists from doing their job. And it's down to the individual risk assessment will be by the journalists and their companies. You know, it was put to me on 2-3 days ago by an IDF member that somehow this has been done for the safety of the journalists. It's not. It's complete nonsense. And that's not down to the Israeli government anyway to make that call. I mean, do you at least accept that it is wrong that journalists are not allowed in there?
I completely agree with you, Piers. The government has made a terrible mistake in not allowing journalists in, and whoever dies.
By the way, the government's made a terrible mistake not allowing journalists in because we could have killed more of these f***ing annoying journalists. You know what I mean?
There dies, but they should have allowed them in. But I would like to make a comment about what your previous guest was saying. He said he spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist. Half the things he said were outright lies.
Dude, give it like a couple more months. Pierce is going to be talking about glory to the martyrs, okay? Give it a couple more months. Pierce is a horrible stenographer for the imperial interests of all of these Western nations, but he also is a content man first and foremost, and now as an independent content man, he's a room reader. And as a room reader, even he recognized, you know, the tides have shifted. He came out and apologized to Mehdi Hassan and said, it isn't, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I'm so wrong, I was so wrong. And now he is slowly letting his opinion be known that it is I suspect that he will still take the approach of like, well, you know, no one else should resist to it. Something along those lines, which will be still very fucking annoying. Okay. Having said that, give it a couple more months and he'll be raising the Al-Aqsa flood banner, okay, behind him.
Lots of doctors have been abducted and have disappeared. It's total nonsense. I know of 1 or 2 cases of doctors who were taken to an Israeli detention center. What happened to them afterwards, I don't know. I don't think they've been killed. I think
it's just kidnapping. It's just kidnapping. Feels it's just kidnapping. Doctors of Hamas.
They are under arrest for whatever reason. But
so they could have been abducted.
Many doctors have been. Many doctors
you're basically
have
agreeing
been,
with him, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that he talked about.
You just said you know of some doctors who were detained. You no idea what happened to them.
I know of 1 or 2
but
doctors.
You're confirming his story.
No, I'm not. I'm confirming a small part of what is true. The rest.
God, it's so interesting seeing him apply the same annoying techniques.
No, I'm not. I'm confirming a small part of what is true. The rest.
God, it's so interesting.
No, I'm not. I talked about.
You just said you know of some doctors who would.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that he talked about.
You just said you know of some doctors who were detained. You no idea what happened to them.
I know of 1 or 2
but
doctors.
You're confirming his story.
No, I'm not. I'm confirming a small part of what is true. The rest.
God, it's so interesting seeing him apply the same annoying techniques for once to the correct side. Okay? Like, every time I've been on this dude's show, he would gum up the works. I could not get a single statement in edgewise before doing 10 Israel highs and 10 Hamas condemnations. You know what I mean? And now he is Hamas. Pierce, you are Hamas now. He's one dude. I swear to God, if before next month ends, Piers Morgan is going to demand condemnations of the state of Israel. Okay, I'm calling it. He's going to be like, do you condemn the actions of the Israelis? I mean, he's basically doing that without those words, for the record. This was your viral clip from October 2023 with Piers. Yeah. Just so you understand, a lot of people have yelled at me over the course of these past year and a half. Over the course of the past year and a half, a lot of people have yelled at me. This was my position on October 2023.
Allowed to defend itself from the worst terror attack since 9/11. If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No, you said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food, 51 people dying in the West Bank where, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children, 22 hospitals being bombed. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it. But when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
The other one that's like my famous clip of me yelling at the pink-haired twink is also me yelling at liberal Zionists who try to both sides of fucking genocide. A lot of people forget, but that was me yelling at a person who was trying to fucking both sides of genocide. I was like, what the fuck do you mean both sides are in the wrong here? Like, what are you talking about? There's no both sides. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. Can we watch that clip quickly? Where I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Is this it?
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand perhaps what I'm trying to imply here.
That's very patronizing.
Utilizing the hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fucking fine type bullshit where you're talking about how you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Listen to...
I was so mad. Like that needs cleanup, okay? But I was so fucking mad that I just couldn't. Like, I couldn't get the words out correctly. The girl one is better.
Everyone wants to criticize the IDF's response, but nobody wants to tell me what should Israel be doing to retaliate October 7th, eradicate Hamas from preventing another October 7th, and bring the hostages home.
I have an idea.
Do you have a solution?
I have an idea. How about not killing the hostages?
I have an answer.
Thank you for proving my point.
It's called the dissolution of the apartheid regime. Dissolve the apartheid regime.
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians
Hassan?
breathing room. Do you not understand the English language? Dissolve the apartheid regime.
You need a Xanax, first of all. You need a Xanax. They had a chance to rebuild.
You need a Xanax. You need a Xanax, first of all. Shut the fuck up. I have maintained the same position over and over again, but while there is no moral equivalence between Hamas and Israel, Hamas is clearly on the right side and Israel is clearly on the wrong side. Hamas is a fucking group of orphaned soldiers that were born out of the Israeli occupation. Okay, whereas Israel is the most powerful nation in the fucking region, backed by the most powerful nation on the planet with nuclear arms, and is currently doing a genocide. Imagine if I was fucking rocking the Al-Qassam Brigade's banner on my head while talking on Piers Morgan. I would go to prison, okay? But she gets to wear the IDF dog tags. How come she gets to wear the IDF dog tags? Those ugly ass fucking dog tags. I hate them. They're so large too.
But they spent the last 15 plus years crying that they don't have enough land because there is never enough land for them instead of rebuilding civilization.
Has
just build
not
terrorist
allowed
tunnels to keep hostages in.
To have.
How come she gets to wear the IDF dog tags? Those ugly ass fucking dog tags. I hate them. They're so large too.
But they spent the last 15 plus years crying that they don't have enough land because there is never enough land for them instead of rebuilding civilization.
Has
just build
not
terrorist
allowed
tunnels to keep hostages
Palestinians
in.
to have a nation state that they deserve by international law since the inception of the Israeli nation state. The fact that you brought up the last 15 years as Palestinians crying is disgusting.
Oh, I have one more question.
You are a disgusting little monster. As Palestinians, the inception of the Israeli nation state. The fact that you brought up the last 15 years as Palestinians crying is disgusting. Israeli nation state. The fact that you brought up the last 15 years as Palestinians crying is disgusting.
Oh, I have one more question.
You are a disgusting little monster who thinks
that
not offering contiguity to the Palestinians in the form of a state is just simply Palestinians crying.
You need a Xanax. That's the same chick that pursued I Show Speed. And then I Show Speed was like, oh, she works for the Israeli state, Free Palestine, and then unfollowed her.
Is a lie, as is a large part of what he's saying. Had Israel wanted to kill all the Palestinians, that's what genocide.
She recently went on Tim Pool and said she thought you were 21 years old. Wait, what?
How is he, like 30?
Oh, he's not that young. I thought he was
I don't
like
know.
20. I swear to you, I thought he was 21.
How old is he?
Because that's how he acts.
No, he's not 21. He's
I literally thought he was 20.
He's not 21.
no, he's not 21. He's
I literally thought he was 20.
He's not 21. This guy is a Hassan Abiyad, dude. My biggest dick.
no, he's not 21. He's
I literally thought he was 20.
He's not 21. This guy is a Hassan Abiyad, dude. My biggest dick rider of all time. That's the one, right? That's the one who's like constantly talking about me on the Tim Pool show.
I literally thought he was 20. He looks like a... Never mind. I'm not even going to start.
Oh, what was she gonna say? Hey, yo!
I'm not even going to start.
Me on the Tim Pool show.
21.
I literally thought he was 20. He looks like a... Never mind. I'm not even going to start.
Oh, what was she gonna say? Hey, yo! Listen, this is why I always say there's one thing you can't deny. All my fucking haters, all my haters, they all hit the same bar. Stupid, sexy Hassan. Oh, I hate him. I hate how hot he is. Oh, he just fucking looks a certain way that gets me going. Oh. He's so young and hot.
Let's get his actual
Giving him
age.
too much attention.
We're giving this guy a big shout. He's getting big promotion here in St.
Yes, seriously.
Yeah, oh my God. All 63,000 of these.
Guy a big shout. He's getting big promotion here in St.
Yes, seriously.
Yeah, oh my God. All 63,000 of these fucking views, man. Thank you, Tim. All right.
That actually means there would have been many, many, many more deaths in Gaza. Each time Israel launches an air raid, we hear of the Palestinians saying 24 people have died, 30 people have died, and I'm sure many of them are civilians, but I'm also sure that the Air Force going in against these targets is attacking Hamasniks. We never hear from the Hamas how many of their people are being killed in these strikes. All we hear about and all we see on television is dead babies and dead women. They never show grown male, army-aged males being taken out of these ruins. And the Hamas uses these things systematically, the schools, the hospitals, various so-called safe compounds to hide in.
Okay, but out of interest, all right. But Benny Morris, when you hear someone like Smodrich last week talking about the campaign to just clear everybody out,
he's disgusting. You don't have to convince me. He's disgusting.
Right, but so my question for you, but my question for you though is this. All right, he's disgusting. What he said was disgusting.
Yes.
What he said was also genocidal. Whereas you do not believe it's genocide that's going on, he clearly is talking in a way which made me believe that actually maybe the intention is genocide. It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And that is a genocide.
Yeah, Piers. Guys, Piers is on the right side of history now, okay? Yeah, Piers. Guys.
And that is a genocide. Palestinians and be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the actually maybe the intention is genocide. It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And that is a genocide.
Yeah, Piers. Guys, Piers is on the right side of history now, okay? Forget about
the rest out of the area. And that is a genocide.
Yeah,
No,
Piers.
no,
Guys, Piers is on the right side of history now, okay? Forget about all the stuff that he said before. I mean, that is his goal. He's trying to do that. He's Hamas now.
Genocide is something which is top-down government policy and carried out systematically. That's not what is happening.
His goal. He's trying to do that. He's for. I mean, that is his goal. He's trying to do that. He's Hamas now.
Genocide is something which is top-down government policy and carried out systematically. That's not what is happening. He is definitely, some of his speeches are genocidal. I don't know what he means exactly. And there are other ministers who speak like him, and they shouldn't be doing that. And they may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy, and they do not control what the army is doing. That's done by the generals, and unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
Yeah, and okay, we bring in Norman Finkelstein.
But it's got nothing to do with genocide.
Well, I think you're getting perilously close.
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu might be saying genocidal statements, but and all these other politicians in the government might be saying genocidal statements, and that Israel might be doing war crimes that might be considered a genocide, but don't say it's a genocide. It's not a genocide. What is it then, man? You basically spelled it out. Can you imagine can you imagine doing the ICJ prosecution like this? Listen, you don't get it. It walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. I mean, it's just not. Just take my word for it. It's not.
To agreeing with me, Norman Finkelstein. I mean, the bottom line is, if it sounds from the rhetoric like a genocide, if the actions on the ground are becoming increasingly genocidal, if there's no other plan being put out there for what happens to Palestinian people other than many more will die and the rest will be thrown out of Gaza, I don't know what else you end up calling this. And I listened to that doctor. I didn't hear somebody that I felt was a Hamas sympathizer or propagandist. He went at somebody that I felt was, I listened to that doctor. I didn't hear somebody that I felt was a Hamas sympathizer or propagandist. He went out of his way to say he wasn't.
He's just a liar. He's a liar.
Well, he's a liar who's lost 78 members of his family. So, I mean, Norman Finkelstein.
Maybe it's true, and I agree, and I feel sorry for him, but they're caught up in the bad situation where Hamas controls the population and is willing to sacrifice as many civilians as they can to win world support.
Well, which is exactly what Israel's also seems like they're prepared to sacrifice. Norman Finkelstein.
Hamas controls the population and is willing to sacrifice as many civilians as they can to win world support.
Well, which is exactly what Israel's also seems like they're prepared to sacrifice. Norman Finkelstein.
Well, thank you for having me on the program, and I hope that you'll hear me out. Is it a genocide? Well, as you know, Piers, from the first time I appeared on your program many months ago, I said it was a genocide. I said it was perfectly obvious when October 9th, the then Defense Minister Gallon said, we're not going to allow in any food, fuel, water, or electricity. Well, for a hermetically sealed population, that's a genocide. When the head of state, Mr. Netanyahu, compared the current situation with Amalek and invoked the biblical reference, it was clear, as the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem put it, that he was talking about genocide. Now, in the 19 months that have elapsed, adjustments in Israeli policy due to external pressure. That's called politics. So when the external pressures escalated, they had to diminish the genocide. And then beginning roughly when Kamala Harris was nominated for president in the United States, and all the cameras switched to the American election, Mr. Netanyahu, who's very sensitive to and knowledgeable of the American media, he then escalated the genocidal assault, and all the cameras switched to the American election. Mr. Netanyahu, who's very sensitive to and knowledgeable of the American media, he then escalated the genocidal assault on Gaza again. And then, as you remember, because I did several programs with you at that time, as you'll remember, every day there was another massacre. There were so many massacres, it was impossible to keep count, and it was impossible to remember. Now, again, there was some lessening.
The first massacre, which was launched by Hamas.
Okay, I've not forgotten it, Benny. But you have to remember manners. I'll remember the massacres, and you remember manners. I'm speaking now. So, there were times when Israel, as I said, escalated the genocide and then diminished the genocide. Now, let's talk about the responsibility and the mindset. You've mentioned Mr. Smotrich. I mentioned Mr. Netanyahu. There was also several others whose names have constantly come up. Obviously, Defense Minister Gallant, who was indicted along with Prime Minister Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court. But it's not just the leadership. It's not just the leadership. The most recent poll showed that fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews, we're talking now about the population, fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza. That's what the poll result showed. 82%.
That's a lie. That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
There's
but
never been a
finish.
poll about supporting genocide. This is nonsense. You're purveying lies.
Okay. Okay, Benny.
What is that poll, Norman? What is that poll? What is that poll, Norman? It seems a very important poll. What is that poll you're referring to?
It was a university, if my memory is correct, it was a University of Pennsylvania poll. It was reported everywhere. Benny Morris knows about the poll.
No, it wasn't UPenn. But it was also conducted by, I think it was Pennsylvania State. That's number one. And secondly, the poll was conducted by a reputable Israeli polling organization that conducts all of the Israeli polls. It is a lie, Beta Wolf. It is a lie. No, you can't say it's a fucking lie. You can say that the questioning, the line of questioning was different than normal polls because it's true. The question directly asked, like, should they ethnically cleanse like Amalek? Okay. The verbiage was surely not, do you support genocide, right? No, it was. It was worse than that. A total of 82. Why is it Al-Quds the only fucking... Just send me another goddamn website, dude. Holy fuck. You guys are trying to get me goddamn banned. The poll... Another goddamn website. Why is it Al-Quds the only fucking... Just send me another goddamn website, dude. Holy fuck. You guys are trying to get me goddamn banned. The poll questions were directional. You can criticize... the way that they asked these questions, but it wasn't in an effort to trick. There's nothing wrong with Al-Quds. There's nothing wrong with Al-Quds. It's just that, like, they have this fucking graphic and then people are gonna be like, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up. The poll that was conducted by not just Pennsylvania, conducted by a reputable Israeli polling organization. Okay, and not only that, but also, and I don't like that everyone keeps saying like, oh, it's a fucking. I mean, Haaretz only wrote it in Hebrew. Oh, geocartography, yeah. Israeli polling firm Geocartography on behalf of Penn State University. And the questions were directed as such. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to the question, do you support the claim that the Israeli army is in conquering an enemy city should act in a manner similar to the way Israelites did when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, i.e., to kill all its inhabitants? The reference is to the biblical manner similar to the way Israelites did when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, i.e., to kill all its inhabitants. The reference is to the biblical account of the conquest of Jericho. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question.
He's fully informed.
Percent of Israelis is to the biblical account of the conquest of Jericho. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that. That question.
He's fully informed of the
reference is to the biblical account of the conquest of Jericho. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question.
He's fully informed of the poll, but he's doing his job as an official Israeli propagandist.
No, I have no job. I don't like this government.
Benny,
I'm not their spokesman.
You've reduced yourself. You've reduced yourself, Mr. Benny. You've reduced yourself to the level of a Holocaust denier. It's a real shame. Reduced yourself to the level of a Holocaust denier. It's a real shame that you have sunk so low. But allow me to continue. The polls show that 82% of Israeli Jews, 82% support a forced expulsion from Gaza.
That's not
the
the same as genocide.
Population.
That may be true. That may be true, but that's not genocide.
Dude, Benny Morris is such a unique figure because he always has this like incredible, he'll take like an incredible claim that the average person would look at and go, this is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. What are you saying? And he'll be like, yeah, this happened, but it's good and it must happen. Like, I've never met someone who is this delusional to the way he is received by others. He'll just be like, listen, you don't understand. Yeah, 82% of Israeli Jews want permanent ethnic cleansing. Yeah, but that's not genocide, you know? That is psychotic. No answers. He'll just be like, listen, you don't understand. Yeah, 82% of Israeli Jews want permanent ethnic cleansing. Yeah, but that's not genocide, you know? That is psychotic. No care or consideration for how that looks at all.
Genocide.
Where did the polls say that? What? Benny is right. They didn't say I support the genocide of Pallies. Beta Wolf. You are a 44-month subscriber. The wording I already gave you. You heard the wording, and you went, oh, it's not the same? Like, dude, it literally says, should they kill all of the inhabitants of a fucking enemy city? What do you think the enemy city is? Why do you think the invocation of the word Amalek is significant and is being used in the slightly autistic with it? No, dude, this is not about autism. This is just being fucking either obsessively obtuse. No, this isn't right after October 7. Why are you trying to fucking defend it? No, this poll was fucking conducted recently. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, this was the article that was written. Yes, the transfer of 82% of Jews. Yes, the transfer. 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza residents. Okay. The poll was conducted in the last couple of months. Or in the last couple of weeks, sorry.
That's not genocide. What you said before about genocide is total nonsense. Total nonsense.
Piers, you're going to have to ask Benny Morris to please allow me to speak.
Well, Benny, I will let you respond to this.
You're taking up all the time, though.
Yeah, Norman, you must give him a chance to respond.
Okay, I will finish. I will finish. Then, one of the leaders of the opposition in Israel described Israeli soldiers as killing children as a hobby in Gaza. Now, yes, he took it back. He took it back after he came under ferocious attack. But he himself acknowledged, when I debated Mr. Morris about a year ago, and I said that Israel targets children, he laughed. He thought it was such a funny remark by me.
It's absolute.
I'm wondering. After the foreign doctors in Gaza,
Dude, 19 months of unlimited child murder, and this fucking animal is still like, it's not true. It's not true. Israel does not target children. Like, what do you mean, bro? What, they just like accidentally perish? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How many goddamn children have we seen with their like skull completely fucking taken out by an Israeli rocket or a bullet?
After the foreign doctors in Gaza attested that the children were being shot in the head and the chest. And when one of the leaders of the opposition in Israel said that the Israeli soldiers killed children
as I must let Benny respond. No, I must let Benny respond. Benny.
There has never been Israelis, whether they support genocide. This is a total lie, and the 50% figure is also something completely out of Norman Finkelstein's imagination, his twisted mind, actually. There is no targeting of children deliberately, and what this politician...
Yeah, it's just a happy accident for Benny, still, at this point. Just 20,000 little accidents. I mean, it's more than 20,000, but like, it seemingly keeps happening, dude. I don't know how. We're really trying to find out who's doing this, you know? Oh. I sometimes think to myself, is it because like, you're so invested in this false reality that Israel is a force for good because you live there and it's so important to you that you have to fucking defend its honor like this? And a big part of that is just simply lying to yourself? Or is it because you are completely aware of what Israel is doing and you like what Israel is doing, but you at least understand that it's indefensible in the global stage? So therefore you have to willingly fucking lie. It really doesn't matter what the motives are here, because you're still doing genocide denial. You're still doing Holocaust denial. And therefore, under normal circumstances, you would be punished. Like, what Benny Morris is doing, ironically enough, is illegal in Israel and it is illegal in the UK. Of course, it's illegal in Israel and illegal in the UK only for the original Holocaust, right? Not the one that's currently happening. The one that's currently happening is not yet illegal to deny.
Said, and he's actually a very clever politician and usually tells things straight, and the truth was a slip of the tongue. And
that's currently happening is not yet illegal to deny.
Said, and he's actually a very clever politician and usually tells things straight, and the truth was a slip of the tongue. And he said, I made a mistake. I said the wrong thing, and I shouldn't have used that phrase. Stupid phrase. Israeli soldiers do not target, as a rule, children. There may be, and I'm sure there are and have been, war crimes committed by Israeli soldiers and pilots, perhaps, in this war in the course of 19 months. But I don't think we should forget that Hamas is a homicidal, a homophobic, misogynist, totalitarian organization which tried to kill as many Israelis as they could, most of them civilians.
Nothing. There's nothing. All you got is, remember October 7. October 7. October 7. That's all he's got. Totalitarian. Motherfucker, they don't even have a state. Nor a standing military. What do you mean?
August, and what befell Gaza as a result is revenge for that attack by the Hamas. And the Hamas said they would do the same thing again if they are revived and resuscitated as a leading organization in the Gaza Strip. And I think that's the objective of the Israeli army, to end Hamas rule and to end the Hamas as an organization in the Gaza Strip. And anybody normal who doesn't support Islamists.
Yeah. Hamas is misogynistic, which is why we have to kill Palestine to liberate them from the misogynistic throes of Hamas.
Doesn't support anti-Semitism, doesn't support misogyny, doesn't support homophobia, should be against Hamas, which Norman Finkelstein apparently isn't.
Yeah, but I don't hear people supporting Hamas certainly in mainstream media or anywhere else. Everyone's of a unanimity that what they did was unconscionable.
Anti-Semitism, doesn't support misogyny, doesn't support
Hamas,
doesn't support anti-Semitism, doesn't
we have to kill Palestine to liberate them from the misogynistic throes of Hamas.
Doesn't support anti-Semitism, doesn't support misogyny, doesn't support homophobia, should be against Hamas, which Norman Finkelstein apparently isn't.
Yeah, but I don't hear people supporting Hamas certainly in mainstream media or anywhere else. Everyone's of a unanimity that what they did was unconscionable and they should be held to account. The problem is that the strategy that the Israeli government
want to do.
Yes, I heard.
They still want to do and say they
Benny,
want to do.
Benny, let's just assume, because they said it themselves, in fact, the spokesman said it after October the 7th, that if they can do it again and again, they will. So they want to get rid of all the Jews in Israel. Okay, that is Hamas.
And of the state of Israel. And of the state of Israel.
But the problem is, as I've always said from the start of this, what is a proportional response to what happened?
I'm listening about to be like, Mr. Benny, I too do not entertain
all the Jews in Israel. Okay, that is Hamas.
And of the state of Israel. And of the state of Israel.
But the problem is, as I've always said from the start of this, what is a proportional response to what happened?
I'm listening about to be like, Mr. Benny, I too do not entertain transgender ideology like Hamas.
Proportional response to what happened.
I'm listening about to be like, Mr. Benny, I too do not entertain transgender ideology like Hamas. No identity politics, Mr. Benny. You are a fantastic moron. I fucking love Norm Finkelstein so much. Oh God, he is what a fucking incredible person, dude. Yes, Norm himself is Mr. Anti-Identity Politics, but he's also like 90 years old.
Happened. And what is the end game? What does Israel actually want at the end of this? And I'm beginning to think they don't have any plan at all. That actually what they're hoping is that they can pursue the line of many of the more right-wing.
Who's anti-IPOL? Oh, he's transphobic, yes. Who's anti-IPOL? Oh, he's transphobic, yes. Yes, Norm Finkelstein is transphobic. I don't give a shit. I thought everybody knew that already. He's also pro-Russia. I don't give a fuck. I mean, you clearly do. Everybody knew that already. He's also pro-Russia. I don't give a fuck. I mean, you clearly do. What? No, I don't care. I don't care what his fucking... I don't care what the opinions of a 90-year-old man is beyond his focus. His academic focus is on one issue and one issue only. Okay? Otherwise, you wouldn't make it a point to make it clear he's transphobic. No, I am a normal fucking human being who understands that a 90-year-old man is probably not going to have, especially a 90-year-old stubborn man, is not going to have the fucking same opinions as you. All I'm saying is clearly you care about trans issues, so saying that you don't care is annoying and reductive. No, I don't care. I do not care that Norm Finkelstein is transphobic. Like, have you talked to your grandparents? Have you had a conversation with your grandparents? Yeah. Not only is it inconsequential in this conversation, but like, there are people who have lived for far too long on this planet and have developed certain positions that is impossible to shake them from. And the best your expectations should be of them is to not get in the way, you know, not get in the way of social change, and also not constantly be fucking annoying. Like, I'm sure there's trans chatters in here that can't get their grandparents to be understanding of trans people. You know what I mean? Check my link. Norm has changed. Wait, really? Norm Finkelstein has mind blown by identity politics founder Barbara Smith. Damn. My mistake. My mistake. He's also, I guess, pro-trans now. Trans chatter here. My 87-year-old grandfather is also transphobic. Yeah, some of us cut. Trans chatter here. My 87-year-old grandfather is also transphobic. Yeah, some of us cut those family off from our lives. I'm lucky my 88-year-old mom is still trans now. Trans chatter here. My 87-year-old grandfather is also transphobic. Yeah, some of us cut those family off from our lives. I'm lucky my 88-year-old mom is still supportive of my trans butt. Oh, I thought you meant trans people need to get out of the way. I'm so stupid. No, no, old people who have out of the way is fine. Like, it's basically about like managing the situation, right? And if the best you're gonna get is for them to be like somewhat understanding, or at the very least, like, to get them to stop talking about this shit and shift their attention away to other priorities, then great. I'll take that success. I still have to boy mode when traveling to my grandparents' town 6 years into it. Yeah. Like, if you were to ask me, do I care about transphobia being, you know, the norm in society? Of course I do. But the way to tackle that is not by getting 95-year-olds. Like, that is perhaps the least consequential in society for maintaining transphobic opinions. You know what I mean? I would rather make sure that children are not hateful, right? Like, even if they also too have the brain functions of a 95-year-old, because children are going to grow up to be adults. Like, they are literally, just let him do it. You know what I mean? It's like when the doctor tells your grandparents, like, oh, he wants to smoke cigarettes, let him fucking smoke cigarettes. He's 99 years old. Like, that's what the doctor told my grandfather, okay, before he passed away. Because my parents were like, oh, you have to be more healthy. You have to be more healthy. Motherfucker was like 99, okay? And basically, the doctor was like, dude, if he wants to smoke cigarettes, let him smoke cigarettes. He has lived for 99 fucking years, dude. What are you talking about? Let the man smoke some fucking bogues, right? And that's kind of the whole point with even like transphobia as well. If you're 90 years old and you're like transphobic, it's like the best you can do is just get them to I guess, not talk about it all the time, you know? Yeah, also, clearly, if you're 99 and like, and fucking chiefing some darts, okay, some lung darts for 99 goddamn years, you probably shouldn't take the cigarette away from him. He might die if you take the cigarette away. Yeah, 91-year-old grandma dead named me every day until she died. I hated it. She was also racist. She was unreasonable. Some old people will listen to reason and still learn. I agree. I'm just saying it's probably at a certain point better to just like avoid them is what I mean. Because like, 91 years old. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard. And also, like, you're wasting your time is what I mean. Like, self-preservation is good in this situation. All right, let's keep going.
Members of that cabinet. Maybe Netanyahu himself now has been introduced into this because he has no incentive to end the war, because the moment it ends, he'll be held accountable for allowing October the 7th to happen in the first place, which was hugely unpopular for him and the Poles with the Israeli people. The second...
Damn, Piers is even talking about how October 7th, he allowed it to happen.
He's facing corruption charges in a criminal court the moment this is all over. There is no incentive for him to end it. And so this... carries on and on with more and more Palestinians being killed. And all right, you might have a belief that the IDF never deliberately target children, but they are deliberately and relentlessly targeting civilian areas, in their estimation, going after Hamas. But in the process, they know they are going to kill on a daily basis dozens, if not hundreds, of innocent people as well. And that's been going on now week after week, month after month. And at some point, you surely have to concede that this strategy is not working. It's making Israel global pariahs. It's making Israel global pariahs. There is no evidence that Hamas is being dismantled. In fact, the opposite appears to be happening.
Oh, no. No, not Israel. Why you not like Israel? You say Israel? Pariah? What does this word mean? Pariah? Why you say? Why you not like Israel? No politic here. Israel number one. No politic here. Do you think Piers is a bellwether of big media? Kind of. I mean, he's independent right now, so that's why he's like probably taking a more aggro tone.
Where for every Hamas terrorist...
I just think he's paid by Hamas. That's what I think. I think Abu Ubaidah got Piers's number and got access to his crypto wallet and has just been sending him Qatari money like weekly. Clearly, that's what happened.
Is killed, they're apparently replacing them with multiple more people who share that ideology. The hostages are not being released. God knows how many of those hostages may be killed now with these intensifying airstrikes.
No,
Israel now says it's launching.
Can I correct
Israel
you?
Now says, well, let me finish.
You about the
Israel now says it's launching a massive new attack. Well, okay, bully for Israel, but actually none of this seems to be working. And so at some point,
can I correct you?
I say enough. Yes.
Why you bully Israel?
Correct me.
Okay, I understood that. Can I correct you on one small point? The Hamas kidnapped 251 hostages, most of them Israelis, some of them Nepalese, some of them Thai, on the 7th of October 2023. Of those, 177 were actually released as a result of the Israeli counteroffensive in interim arrangements.
Well, they were released by diplomacy, actually. They were released through diplomacy.
But the Israeli military pressure is what persuaded the Hamas, because they also.
So why is it not working now? Why isn't it working?
Interesting, because on October 17th, I think, Hamas released a message to the Israeli envoys saying, as long as Israel does not invade the Gaza Strip, we will release all hostages. Israel instantly denied this. Just something strange. Just something strange to think about. October 17th, 2023, by the way.
Now.
It will work. I don't know. Firstly, there's only 20 alive Israeli hostages left in Hamas.
Genuine question. How do you apply your standards of charitability when dealing people like Piers Morgan, who actively sold the genocide, but then has maybe come around and is now on the right side? Maybe. Do you still extend that same charitability to people who were genocidaires turned anti-Israel? I mean, it's case by case. Like, I would... Like, remember that one soldier that Ombin Beyachad was parading around, who literally did like hundreds of days of genocide in Gaza and then turned around and was like, oh, I don't want to go back anymore. I'm actually now a conscientious objector. And it's like, bro, you literally did the fucking genocide. Like, I don't want to say what I think he should do. And it's not like, oh, I'm not like doing a fucking suicide joke or whatever. I don't want to say what I think he should do, but like, you know, like I feel like if you've done it for 200 days, like go back. You don't have to quit at that point, and you know, go back and maybe do something else when you're there. You know what I mean? Like, you have the military training. I don't know what else to say, right? You have the arms, you have the military training. Like, you are not the same as like a fucking 17-year-old who's like, I'm not going to serve in the IDF. You know what I mean? You're a whole ass adult, you know? Stuff like this happened all the time, okay? All the fucking time. And yeah, you have the trust of your fellows. Like, what do you mean? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for someone like Piers Morgan, it's different, right? So for someone like Piers Morgan, it's different because like this is what he does. His entire role here is to basically turn around and either propagandize in the direction of Israel or against Israel. And I am skeptical, but I also treat him as I'm skeptical, but I also treat this as like a positive development, if that makes sense. Right? You're going to ruin my afternoon. Trees, relax. I didn't say anything that's like fucked up, chatters. And I don't think people understood what I was saying. I wasn't saying like, oh, kill yourself or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. That wasn't the point. I was saying something different. But I can't say, you know, maybe organize amongst your other the fellow soldiers that have participated in this and maybe feel the same way as you do. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so much I can say. This is a foreign nation's military, but it's not treated as a foreign nation's military. If I was talking about this in America, like doing an officer's mutiny, for example, like advocating for a coup within the American Defense Department is not something that would get me in trouble, right? Even as a joke, which is what I'm saying. I'm saying that as a joke, okay? But if you were to say that about the Russian military, people would love that. People probably demand it all the time. But if you were to say that about the IDF, all of a sudden, 19 months into a fucking genocide, everybody gets in their fucking feelings, you know? Are you saying do a reverse Pat Tillman? Low key, it's not even a reverse Pat Tillman. There's so many fucking examples of this throughout the Vietnam War. That's all I'm going to say about this. There are a lot of examples of after fucking decades of conquest and death and destruction, there were a lot of, you know? Also, yeah, partisans have existed throughout history. Jewish partisans played a formative role, you know? And not even just Jewish partisans, but like partisans in the resistance in Vichy France, or partisans in Italy against the fascist Mussolini government. Like, this part, like what I'm describing right here, is simply an accurate assessment of historical events that unfolded throughout historic periods of struggle against fascism. Okay? That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is ciao bella ciao is what I'm saying. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Partisans have existed throughout history. Okay? Yes, Yugoslavian partisans as well. I have no clue what little bro is trying to say. Then fucking Google it, okay?
to The Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. Today, my friends, we're going to be here in...
Fine, let's move. Payday! Let's roll! Wish I knew what happened. He had a contract for a local mage in Braville. Didn't seem like a particularly difficult assignment. He hasn't reported to the client at all. Get yourself down to Braville and find Maglir. Make sure that contract of his gets done, and send him to me.
Yes?
Stop staring at me. Let's get to work.
Very well. Let's have a look at that dagger.
It's investigating. First, though, you need advancement.
I definitely have script. So many. Right in front of them. Oh boy. I know where I'm going. It's over here. Wow, okay. But what would be the entrance, this glowing door? Nothing but... That's very suspicious. Went there on... We should probably repair our item. Or gem to...
I know it. Azani Blackheart isn't here. Yes. And that's...
It's going to be so long. Still be going there. He's in the Elder Scrolls 6. Fun. Guys. No one. And then catch up with him. Wow, he went about 5 feet. Fuck. That's not good. Ah, I don't know where the Aelid Ruin is he's taking us to. Quest. He's placed. He's a dark elf. She's a dark elf too, bro. What the hell?
You're supposed to be
Quest.
You're a traitor to your own race.
He's a dark elf. She's a dark elf too, bro. What the hell?
You're supposed to be impressed.
He's literally a dark elf telling another dark elf you're a traitor to your own race. Christ, let's get the hell out of me. That's right now. Okay. We're in. I think this by really she died or something, but don't worry guys, we're making progress. The liar, not in Oblivion yet. We have my god, the Fighters Guild. As you can see. Good. Oh, he's killed the rats. Ah! Oh, watch out. You've got to dodge it, bro. Damn. You okay? Stealth 100. Ow, wait, I cannot jump repair any of my items. For incumbent. Rather. Goodbye, legend. Like a few door for the arena. I don't know what that does. Oh, hello. Do you have any plans? Jesus. Well, I do not currently. There's so many games out right now. Kingdom Come Deliverance DLC came out apparently. Go get them. 1v1.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
He's not impressed. Ah, the ghost. Oh my god, he's dead. Jesus. We have so much reflect damage right now that he literally hurts himself when he attacks me.
Am I supposed to be impressed? Let's get this over with.
He's soaking up damage.
You do realize I've been holding back.
Oh, get wrecked. Honest.
I'm on your side.
Was that the Adoring fan's voice? Honest.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
Was that the Adoring fan's voice? What the hell? Silver Wither. Look at him, full elven armor. What a boss. And he has the Black Heart's ring. Black Heart, Lord of the Ring.
Did you? Azani Blackheart is dead, and our brothers avenged. Dead, finally. Good work. Did you retrieve his ring? I want that as proof that the Blackwood Company didn't defeat him.
I wanted to keep it, but...
It's good we've killed him. When we're angry, get some more seasoning, and maybe I'll have something.
Greeting.
I hope I... Hi. Your I don't have anything for you right now. Or, perhaps... I'm sorry.
Someone was
Farewell.
able to...
Hello there. How do you do? Good day. Good day. I hope I can help. Bye.
Good day. Varan Vamori really has a silver tongue. Good day.
I hope... Well, despite everything, Alarin Locke turned up dead. You too.
Right. What can I do for you, citizen?
A pleasure to speak. The boots of the Crusader have been... I'm willing to teach, if you're...
Hey, baby. You fancy some training? Good that you want to get better. Bye. You smell of death. Been conjuring up dead things?
What can I do for you, meat? Need something? I've got something for you. Could be tough. There are some escaped fugitives for you to find, meat. Some real hard cases got out of the Breville prison. Been terrorizing the locals ever since. The watch is useless, so we step in. Get to it. Apparently, there are 3 or 4 of them. Real nasty from what I hear. You take care of them. Maybe you'll get lucky and they'll surrender. Get to hunting, meat.
I hope... You too.
Go ahead. You...
How about mixing up some Is there a... I spoke with Di-San at the Mages Guild recently. I've never seen someone so happy about being in the guild. Good day. As always. Until we meet again, state your... Goodbye.
Your quest for the Crusaders' relics was the equal of any of the... The people have a simple faith in the Nine, and the clerics do their part to heal and comfort them in adversity. Be seeing you.
The divine crusader.
Otessa is a wonderfully gifted healer. I sometimes worry that she spends too much time. Take care.
Hello there.
I hope I can... Way shrines of the Nine in the wilderness confer blessings on the righteous and... Goodbye.
Can I help you, brother?
Good day. Try combining aloe vera leaves with some venison.
Your quest for the Crusaders' relics. Virtuous visitors to way shrines of Kinnereth may receive... Be seen.
What do you... I spoke with deiliki. Take care.
I hope... Bye.
Well, so good to... Sure, I know about them. Look, you didn't hear it from me, but rumor is they're hiding out in Bloodmane Cave. 4 of them. Bad news. Wish I had more to tell you about them. Farewell, friend.
What do you require?
Yes, sir.
Oh! Oh! Ha! Oh!
You shouldn't have come for us.
Oh!
Here! Here! You've made a big mistake. This is none of your business. You shouldn't have come for us. This is none of your business. You shouldn't have come for us. You've made a big mistake. You shouldn't have come.
none of your business.
This is none of your business. You shouldn't have come for us. 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 This is none of your business. You've made a big mistake. You shouldn't have come for us. You shouldn't have come for us. This is none of your business.
Showing your face was the last mistake you'll ever make. You shouldn't have fired! You shouldn't have come for us!
What do you require?
Yes, sir.
You have the hands of an illusionist.
You've got a contract to take care of. Why are you talking to me? That Gruyan Garana is really full of herself. Took care of all of them, did you? And you're still alive. Fantastic. You're full of surprises. Here's your payment. Good work. I'm sorry. You're not yet ready for a... There's nothing now, not at your rank. Go see us. You too.
A coin for an old beggar. Good to see you.
Hail.
Yes.
Well met. Hello.
Can I help you, brother?
Can I help you, brother?
Well met. Good to see you're looking for more work. There's certainly more to be done. I need you to help Alante of Alinor. Alante is a scholar interested in researching Deidre worship. Meet her in Brittle Rock Cave, help her find the shrine, and keep her safe. That's what Alante is studying. Make sure she's safe. Go protect Alante.
Hi there.
Oh, yes. How do you do? Ah, you must be from the Fighters Guild. Excellent. I'm looking forward to our investigation. Fascinating subject, these Deidre. I am Alante. My research shows there is likely a shrine in these caves. I'll need you to accompany me to the shrine. Handle any difficulties. Yes, let's investigate. And keep on... Stay close, please.
Die, cur!
I'm just warming up.
death.
asking for a single
Hail,
coin.
sir.
Well met. I understand.
Look at the... Whatever... May I interest you in some of my fine wares? Good day. Whatever... Have a look around. You won't find... An excellent bargain. That... Up. And... That's... Take care.
What's the matter? Getting tired?
Do your worst. That's okay. That's the best you can do. Yeah! Getting tired?
Shall we go? What can I do for you? We need to head to that. The Nibbaneans think they're slick. Slippery is more like it. Stay close, please. What can I do for... Stay close, please. Excellent. A fine example of a Daedric shrine. Sorry for the trouble getting here. Let's keep moving. Yes? I think I'll study this shrine a bit longer. You can make your way out here. I thank you again for your help. Please, take this as a token of my thanks. A fine study to add to my research. I thank you for your help. I appreciate all of... Thanks again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you require? Over with.
quite satisfactory. Yes, is there something else I can help? Thanks again.
You look skilled in alteration.
What is it now?
It's you.
Correct.
Ha.
Whatever. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? Good day.
Good afternoon.
Yes?
What can I do? You finished? Excellent. Good work, guildmate. Here's your payment for the contract. You've been doing a good job, and under a lot of scrutiny. I've been authorized to promote you to the rank of Guardian. Good work. I understand Orain is looking for you again. Get to Coral and speak with the man. Be seeing you.
Hello there.
Good afternoon.
You have the hands of a healer. Well, I've got another job for you. It's a sensitive one. I need you to find Varanus Daunton. I sent him on a mission to Forsaken Mine. He and some others were supposed to clear the place of trolls. Haven't heard back from them in days. I want you to go check it out. I don't need to tell you how sensitive a matter this is. Get moving and report back to me as soon as... We'd been contracted to clear the place of trolls. It was a tough job, but I felt the men I sent were up to it. I want to know what happened. I sent him on a mission to force... I want you to go check it out. You can do it.
A pleasure to... Bye. What do you require? I'll be right. What do you require?
Yes, sir.